Okay, so I'll just watch random stuff on YouTube again, and I guess it's not so random anymore because we at least have a criteria. I really wanted to do like some kind of Let's Play, just even a little bit of it. Like I watched the only one I've done so far is I watched the first part of the Luigi's Mansion one where they don't even play the game in Far From Subtle. And like their whole tone and attitude is so funny of that and so enjoyable. Like they're being all sarcastic and making fun of Luigi for being such a loser in the series. And that's kind of how Nintendo portrays him like that. But it's still sort of wholesome because, whenever Mario's in trouble, he has to come to save the day. He has to come to save Mario. Like, I don't know, it's pretty funny, that dynamic. So that's one of my favorite probably Let's Play series. I have seen it multiple times. I remember that one day in particular, I was eating like Chinese food and I was watching a whole bunch of that. I just remember that moment from when I was younger, like, I guess not that much younger because it's like after 2010, but I was just kind of relaxing watching that, doing random stuff, eating Chinese food and whatever. Like that was a really good memory. So I don't know if I really want to watch like something I've already seen before, though. I would love to go through some of these channels, and I'm just seemingly too lazy to do it. But what I could also do is go through like sort of funny memes and comments and quotes that are mine or I'm associated with me in some way. And so what you can do is you can basically realize that, I don't know, like it's hard to explain, but I could go through like I could actually do that. It would require a bit of reading that I don't like to do. And I don't know, the best thing to do here is just let a video play and just kind of talk over it and just sort of, it's like just kind of let it play, if you will, let it go. And if you do it like that, then you can basically, man, this one turn was so fucking bad. It's a 60-mile zone, but it's like a very sharp turn that you have to make from it. So what the fuck are you supposed to do? Especially if somebody's right behind you. So yeah, the only thing I want to see is like, I kind of enjoyed those Kramnik videos where it's showing him, let's do the procedure. So like when he beat Gary Kasparov, you can say the same thing. He's too strong, let's do the procedure about that. Or yeah, I should watch that movie, the fucking, I forget what it's called, the Bobby Fischer one, like Pawn Sacrifice. I don't know why it's even called that he sacrificed his whole career. Make more sense to call it King Sacrifice or like the Queen's Gambit. I think the Queen's Gambit was highly, highly overrated. It's not bad, but it's really, really surface level, just for show kind of a thing. It doesn't really explore the depth of the game in the way that it's just treating like, oh, look how cool it is, but you're not giving any real sympathy or attention to what the game of chess is actually like. It's like this, even the way they do it is sort of ostentatious. Like, to be fair, it's kind of like how Amadeus, even though that's one of the best movies and one of my favorite movies ever, it's kind of the way that portrays music. Like, it's not really, well, that does take it to a deeper level. It's more so Salieri, and I guess that's deliberate. Maybe I'll walk that back a little bit. It is one of my favorite movies ever, but I'm not going to shill for it. But no, it's like, the way Salieri looks at music is like as this divine art, and it's like God speaking to him, and it's the language of God, and it's his whole passion of life, and he takes it very existentially. Like, it's not just music, it's a whole way of life, and it's the closest thing to the voice of God that he can hear or that he can experience. And so, and the way that they portray it with Mozart is like, oh, he's just gifted, but it's like comes to him naturally, like a savant, and he's sort of like lackadaisical, and he doesn't really care, and he's sort of lazy and getting drunk all the time. So for him, it's sort of it's just a means to an end. He's just doing it for money. He's just doing it in different ways, and so it's like it's not really as important to him. It doesn't speak to him. So it's like utilitarian versus existential passion and commitment that they differ. And so the reason why that's so special is because that's the sympathy you would give to it. The Salieri character gives you that. There is nobody like that in the Queen's Gambit. We're like, oh, look at this really gifted player, Beth Harmon, and she's just really gifted, and so let's just appreciate how gifted she is. There should be some other there is a little minor amount of that, like with the other guy where he's like, that's one of the best lines from the show and a really good moment, where her little love interest is like, I like chess kind of, but I'm not obsessed with it like you, kind of. That difference, right? Where he's still a good player, but that's where it's like leagues above, right? Where she's like, it's your whole life for Beth. That was a good telling moment, but there's not enough of that. Too much of it is just like, look at Beth, she's playing again, she's so good. Like, we get that she's good, but you're not putting in enough to appreciate how she's so good, right? Or I don't know, it doesn't reflect. You might say, oh, that's to make it seem more interesting, but if you're going to make something about a game like chess, you're not really giving it the in-depth appreciation that I think you should. It just wasn't quite right. But no, I enjoyed those little cramming things, so let me see if I can find something here. I almost want to watch some of these chess things to see, like, chess creators, to see, like, what is it that made them so popular, or what is it that, we're really looking at here. And the problem is that it's a weird combination, because you would think all the chess players are going to be socially awkward and stuff and whatever, but when you're as good as some of these people are, you can get away with it. Like Hikaru, people say, oh, he's a dick or toxic, but it's okay in the sense that if you're that good, you can kind of get away with it, right? Like Magnus or something. Doesn't mean that you would prefer that into someone, but you know what I mean? Like Elon Musk can be a bit of a dick because he's so successful, you can't really say anything. You know what I mean? Like, he can do that. Doesn't mean he should do it, but it's like the absolutist thing. You can do it, so do it. But, ordinarily you wouldn't be able to, so. Yeah, I love when you're driving through a countryside kind of area, like you'll see a lot of Trump stuff there. And that's sort of what him winning the election in 2016 showed you. That's what he was saying, like the forgotten majority or the silent majority, something like that, where they're silent partly because of the media bias. Like, you ignore, oh, look at these crazy hick people, these white trash, trailer trash. But there's millions of people like that, tens of millions of people. Right, so their vote counts too. It doesn't matter, rural America, suburban America, uneducated America, however you want to disparage it, those are people too. They have a vote, right? That counts the same as anybody else. There's like this stuck-up, snarky, elitist corporate media perspective that doesn't do any service to the reality of how it works, right? There's so many people there. So, he got almost, 60 million votes the first time. I always forget, because he lost the popular vote, but it didn't matter. And so now people want to try to use that. Like, I love it, because if you were ever going to use the Electoral College to tell me that some outcome is invalid, it wouldn't be with a guy who's an outsider, who's basically an independent, where both parties don't like him, where the media doesn't like him, where everything is against him, where he has no chance of winning. And he plays their game with their rules that they made, that they could have controlled and they could have changed, that he had no influence over, that he never said was a good system, that he might have disliked, that he might have even said and used as an excuse, like, oh, it's a rigged system, like how he said with Bernie Sanders, right? That was a rigged system with the delegates. So all of this pointing the opposite way, he's the last person you should use that argument with to say, oh, but the Electoral College. Donald Trump didn't create that. He didn't advocate for it. He didn't say it was a good system. He had no ability to change it, even if he didn't like it. It had nothing to do with him. So he's playing their game, the political game, by their rules. He's an outsider, and he beats them at their own game. And now you want to say, oh, but the game's not fair. The game is rigged. The rules aren't fair. Like, it's your rules. If Hillary Clinton had an issue with the Electoral College, she could have tried to change it throughout her career. She never did. If anybody else who would complain about this, how much of a concern was that system? I'm not saying it's even a good system. It has there is some underlying logic to it, but it has some flaws to it as well. So I'm not going to say it shouldn't be changed to some extent. Maybe not as much as people are suggesting, but the whole logic behind it is like, and again, people say land doesn't vote, people do, so it should be based on population. But there's a certain element to that. Like, every state has to get its due, every sort of, and again, based on population changes. Like, let's say let's say a lot of people move out of a state, then they should lose electoral. I actually don't know how that aspect of it works. Like, what if everybody just leaves from New York City or New York, and now New York only has 1 million people? Clearly, the Electoral College should change then. They shouldn't have as many electoral votes. It's based on the size of the state and stuff like that. So I kind of understand that. Again, it should be based on population, and by that logic, then it would come to the same thing, but it seems to circumvent the advantages that certain places have, although you could argue that's not their fault. Like, New York City and California, Los Angeles and stuff are going to vote for Democrats, but that's to their credit. The fact that, okay, well, how come they vote for Democrats then? Right, that's not their fault. But so you know that they're going to get millions and millions of votes from that because they have these high populated cities that are both Democratic in nature. And then more rural states, like, oh, Texas has a lot of farmland or whatever, right? It might be more spread out. They're going to get more Republican votes. And even in the big cities, like, let's say Dallas is more Democratic and they vote for Democrats now. But still, the state of Texas overall will go to the Republicans because, that's how it could work. So, like, the big cities will be Democratic, the smaller towns collectively will be Republican. And so, what I appreciate about his whole running, too, is that it seemed to make people less jaded about elections and actually care about them on both sides. So, even for the people who don't like him, they out themselves and say, oh, I never cared about elections before, but now I do because he's going to destroy democracy. What you're really telling me is that you're kind of just, your head is in the sand and you're a bit of a moron, not that it's actually, that's actually relevant. Like, it's not that, everything was perfect and then the big bad Trump came along and galvanized you to care. But either way, he still galvanized you to care. So that's actually a good trait of a leader, whether it be, even if you think, oh, he's so bad and it's an opposition, at least, you finally care. As if you shouldn't have cared when George Bush was president, when he killed babies in Iraq, when he declared a war under false pretenses, when he was a war criminal. As if you shouldn't have cared when Obama was dropping bombs in the Middle East like fucking, like there's no tomorrow and ran out of bombs. You should have cared then, but oh no, everything was perfect. Everybody's an angel. And then all of a sudden you want to care. So that says more about you than it does about the thing. You shouldn't... in other words, you weren't paying attention, and now you started paying attention and you want some special credit for it. That's kind of why people use the term woke. Like, there were always issues, there were always big problems, but, because the media wasn't telling you to care, you didn't care. Like, that's how they can control it. That's why Noam Chomsky gave, like, an amazing rundown of this. Like, he goes through, like, every president in modern history, and he says, this is what this one did wrong, this is what this one did wrong, war crimes, this and that, and he lays it all out factually. So it's like, if you were really paying attention, you would have been bothered by a lot of those things, and even if you couldn't do anything about it, you wouldn't suddenly say, oh, look at Trump, the big bad Trump came along. You'd be like, well, they've all had issues, they've all had problems, so major things. And so now you wouldn't be like, oh, suddenly something bad happened. You would have always been aware of that with all of them, so it wouldn't be so different. The whole irony is, like, maybe they're all bad and then suddenly somebody's good, that they would, that's why there's such a knee-jerk reaction. For once, he's actually good. For once, maybe he's on your side, which is at least what a lot of his supporters would think, which is not entirely unfounded because two things can be true. He can still have his flaws, but the reason why they don't like him is because they actually, he might be out for his own interest instead of their interest, so that could still be something he's exposing in the system, right, that he's not willing to do that, or that's the whole irony of him being so wealthy. He can't be bribed by other people, so he'll just be looking out for his own interest, whereas everybody else can be controlled by other people. So that's what they're upset about, that he's not playing ball with them the way that most people typically would do. Let me try to find something I actually watch. I'm too lazy to do it, and then I end up doing it in such a way that I try to do it while driving, and then I can't really find anything. I want to watch like Hikaru's Salty Moments. Hikaru Nakamura gets smurfed on while smurfing, then proceeds to cry about. Yeah, that's always a controversial subject in chess. Like, they'll complain about somebody who's too good. Like, oh, it's Daniel Naroditsky and he's playing a 1200 player. And, oh, this guy's way too good. Is he a smurf? That's not fair. Meanwhile, Daniel Naroditsky is also smurfing such that he's playing that player. Like, even if he's doing some challenge or opening. Like, it's stupid because... So you can smurf as much as you want. And some random person just playing chess when they come home from work has to put up with that. The fact that they're playing somebody who's effectively a cheater. Because if anybody else did that, right, you'd be banned. Because they'd say, oh, you're too good for the rating and you are smurfing or whatever. But, so you can smurf, but then somebody smurfs against you. And it's like this double standard. That, oh, that's not right. How dare you smurf as I'm smurfing right now. And that applies to all of them, not just Hikaru, but... Hikaru Nakamura... Insane and rage moments on live stream. Let's do that one. So this is Hikaru Nakamura, insane and rage moments on live stream in 3, 2, 1. He always brags about like how much money he's made on the stock market and shit, as if it's more than he's made from streaming. There's this evil laugh, count 1 million. He gets all cocky like this, but then when he loses, he gets all salty too. So you can't really separate that. He's doing some puzzle there. So much of this they're doing from memory too. Playing on clay? I don't know what he's talking about. Or is this like where he's acting dumb or like acting like XTC? And then he gets like a stalemate, seemingly on purpose. He's like imitating him. Bing, bang, boom. Oh, you should have shown like where he drew it or something. Or like he always misses, when he misses something, he'll say, oh no, I didn't miss that, chat. But then, obviously chat's probably using an engine to even assess this. They'll act like they're smarter than he is, but... I would like chess more if there weren't so many draws. And I know people say, oh, at the higher level, blah, blah, blah. He has his fair share of really good laughs. Evil sounding or crazy sounding. There it is again. Then he breaks his webcam. We've seen this one before. It's like when he's watching somebody play, maybe XQC, or you can see him in the bottom there, but I couldn't see him. These are pretty funny. And then he has like a mental breakdown when he draws or loses. So much of it is like just you don't really care enough to really think through it, or you're kind of too slow. He even points it out, but then he doesn't do it. Or he'll do it with the rook. Oh, he does actually do it. There's another time where he could have done it and then he doesn't. Nakamura's knockouts. This looks like really old. This looks like from the very, very beginning of his whole existence here. Yeah, you get more tilted by a draw than even a loss, because at least with a loss, somebody gets some satisfaction out of it. Levon Aronian, who's had a higher peak rating than Hikaru ever had, so you can look all you want, but easy to pick on somebody in a low moment, dude. He's better than you ever were, objective. Well, not by much, but he was like 28-30 if I'm not mistaken, or 28-20 at least. It's not like a big difference, but I'm just saying he technically is actually a lot better than you realize. Or he's playing that fucking Nintendo Clubhouse chess. Blaming the mouse, or I like how that's become such a big part of it. Clicking speed and getting like a special gaming mouse for, oh, this is the same one where he's imitating him. It's actually kind of impressive because he's trying to play as bad as possible. They keep cutting away. I want to see where the draw ending actually happens. Won by resignation. There's at least a good variety of clips, but this Nakamura's knockout thing seems really old. Like when he was first starting streaming or something. What is MMR anyway in this context? Matchmaking rating? Like, I don't get it. That's something that you would say in like Overwatch or other games, but it's not really a thing you do in chess because it's ELO basis. This one shirt I'm wearing now doesn't hold this thing quite as well. Like blame the shirt, the mic, but it kind of rubs up against it more than the other ones do. Maybe it's based on how stuffed up you are, like when I just ate food or something. Or he's just amused by him playing Clubhouse chat. Right, so after this one, I'll watch something else. I can't really decide what I want to do. Alex Jones we were doing. I want to see like one of these social experiment type things, but I don't know what. Oh yeah, let's do that, like To Catch a Predator. Maybe his reaction even to it, I guess. Here we go with the laugh again. He keeps cutting out. Like doing different parts of the same clip. A lot of these are him just watching XCC and raging about it. Yeah, see this Levon Aronian thing again. Almost seems like a bad sign that it's so clumped up like that. Why was that clip even in there? Just he's showing off his food that he's eating? He's stream sniping somebody else. Human computer match. What does that mean? He likes picking on Aronian. It's a disaster. I thought this was almost over. How long is it? We've seen... He doesn't swear too much, actually. Why was he so surprised by that? Oh, he's not used to the text-to-speech type of thing. Okay, let's find something else now. I guess that could work, like to catch a... I don't know, I'm getting kind of bored because I don't know what I really want to look at here. It's going to be very good because you get to... anything in the whole existence of YouTube I could do. Like pure ownage, I want to see that again, pure pawnage. But I'd have to, like, I've seen it, but like that, his Kyle, I think, right, his brother or whatever, is like the same. He's like me, avant-garde filmmaker, whatever the fuck. Like that's more my personality type. But he's always the butt of jokes, but he's also like the cameraman doing this shit. That thing was way ahead of its time though, and they even got like a TV show deal, but then it was like canceled after one season. And it's ironic, you might think, oh, that kind of humor doesn't fly, but like The Big Bang Theory is very similar in scope to a lot of that. So, you know, it's kind of weird that that wouldn't be more successful. It was like on Canadian television only. But no, that was a very impressive series, and to some extent there's probably some truth in it. Like, it might be exaggerated. I love things like that that are, you know, that feel at least sort of realistic in the sense of, you know, just this, like, Tourette's guy. He doesn't actually have Tourette's, I'm pretty sure, at least. And it's obviously performative what he's doing. But it's still very enjoyable to watch. It's stuff like that I find super funny, because either it is real or it's done as if it is real in a very committed way, right? So you almost can't even tell, or it almost just feels like it, so it feels very genuine. Or it's a genuine effort to make it seem that way. I wish the recommended were sort of better, where it's like more clear what you really want to do with this. Like, it doesn't make it super clear at times. Like, it's just sort of too much of the same thing, right? Give me something different that I might still want to watch. Not just like, oh, you watched a Hikaru video, so now I'll show you another one. Or you watched Daryl Brooks thing, so show me another. Like, other trials at least, or something. Yeah, what I almost want to do is, again, a social experiment or a let's play type of thing. So let's look at maybe To Catch a Predator or something like that from him. You might question why I'm watching so many XQC reactions, but it doesn't really matter. Like, he's just a big channel. It could be anybody else doing it, but... And he almost doesn't even talk too much or really do too much. If anything, it would seem like I talk too much, but... it doesn't matter because... it doesn't matter, and the reason why it doesn't matter is because of the simple fact that... because of the simple fact that you're able to basically I'm basically watching the video itself. I don't know about this. And it makes you question, like, maybe people are watching that just to see there's a reason why they're watching it along with him, but it sort of cheapens it a bit because, like, oh, maybe we just want to watch MasterChef for free because we couldn't have done that necessarily otherwise. Or now you kind of can with how, like, they showed Hell's Kitchen always on YouTube with ads or something, but it's not exactly what you want because you feel like, I don't know, it's not exactly entirely sure. Right, like if I was to show something for free, then you can question that. Or I could watch like other people's movie reactions too, and live vicariously through them, and it gives me a chance to actually discuss the movie. I kind of wanted to do my own reactions like that, but I've kind of given up doing that for now. But I mean, we are reacting to different things for what it's worth. Like even a trial, treat it like it's a courtroom drama, and there are some good moments like that. So, okay, the next time that I go, here, let's just watch something else that we've seen before. But no, I'll definitely do a Let's Play thing. So I'll look at top sort of gaming channels or content, and I'll do like two things. I'll do like either social experiment some kind of social experiment thing, and some kind of gaming Let's Play type thing. Those are the two things that I'm definitely going to do. Right in the next little session here, so I'll take a break for a little bit, which you never really know the difference in that because it's all uploaded together, so it doesn't matter. Okay, Jodi Arias trial day 5, full in 3, 2, 1. Show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. So Martinez is up there. If I see Martinez in the thumbnail, it's an easy click, I guess. But it won't be quite what we're expecting. It'll be like a prosecution witness, like a police officer. And so you're able to not really have as much problem. Like, it won't be as confrontational. Yeah, this judge is very low-key, nondescript. Mendez or Mendes? Like, it sounds like Wendy's lost sister, cousin, or something. Physically speaking. Look at his build, though. He certainly seems to be the physical type. That's not really too small. I mean, relatively, but 7,500 is like, that's still suburban. Like, small town is like 1,000, 2,000 people. Some of these rural places that I am passing through right now, for example. I love that moment, though. Like, we get pulled over by a cop and my mic is still going, but I embraced that and I actually uploaded too. How would he know that, though? Like, they must have prepped this before. What is he, a restaurant tour guide? Like, he doesn't know every restaurant. So she lied about working there, or what? Arias. It's never been said like that. Arias. Why did he say it like that there? This is kind of too nice, friendly sort of talking here. See, now he's pronouncing it differently. What the fuck? It's interesting how a detective would describe that too. A brown and green shirt. Not really the greatest detective observation. So then she steals the gun from the grandparents. Their cat, their dog, that she tortured as a girl to establish something that he was trying to do in Sidebar. So what is the Margaritaville thing that she said? Like, I cut my hand on a glass. How does he know this? This clearly shows he's prepped. That's weird. Like, that's one of those prep moments where you prep, the defense should ask, how come he knows so much about these restaurants? Why would that come up as a thing that he would know so well? Why do you know that? I would ask, like, are you a restaurant expert, a tour guide? Like, what are you, Google Maps over here? Like, who needs Google Maps? We got this fucking clown detective to know about all the restaurants that have nothing to do with anything. That has to do with a particular lie that she told, but is that really germane to the investigation that you would know that offhand already on only day 5 of trial? Like, how would you be so... Obviously, the prosecutor told him to find that out or do that. Maybe there is a Margaritaville somewhere. Like, what the fuck, dude? There when they were booked. He sort of misspoke there a little bit. Law enforcement, internet. Like, what does that mean? Like, the website, the booking system, you wouldn't really need to say, like, internet makes it sound like a random search that you're just doing. But she always wanted to become famous as a photographer, and in some twisted way, she did. From this angle, he kind of reminds me of Reggie from, like, Nintendo. The way he looks, although not quite. His body was ready for this investigation. This is the kind of random dumb shit stream of consciousness sort of thing that you would do. Like, what do you really want to fucking... So I'm not questioning the act of reacting to this, I'm just questioning the style that is predominant. or the target. Now he says Arias again. What the fuck is wrong with him? That's so random. He said Arias at the beginning like he didn't know. Now he said it again. Even though the detective said Arias as if to correct him. How are you already up to 245 when it's fucking day 5 of the trial? I guess just through pre-trial things. But no, he has a very forceful demeanor that can be sometimes useful, but it's mainly useful when questioning the defendant themselves when they're lying, not so much with the other, with other witnesses, although somewhat with the other shrinks and stuff. But yeah, this isn't very interesting because it's kind of just more stale, humdrum stuff. But generally, this trial is pretty interesting, but I've seen maybe too much of it. I don't think I've ever seen this part before, because this is so early on and just... Right, the direct examination isn't as interesting as the cross, because you get to be more adversarial there. Compound question. Objection. Compound question. That's one show that I've never seen that I heard is pretty good. There's so many of these detective shows, or even like Perry Mason. I should see that. People say that's like Daryl Brooks' attempted Perry Mason moment, where he holds out the photographs. Do you recognize these photographs? So in other words, what you're seeing is basically fucking useless. This guy's disposition is pretty good though. Like, he's so cool. He wouldn't be bothered by the cross at all. They're not really objecting to anything. It's not like you're not allowed to object here on a direct. You can still do it. See, like, there's an implied cordiality here that you're not trying to catch them on anything, because you're kind of on the same side. So even though detectives say that, like even to Casey Anthony, they said that, like, oh, we're not, it doesn't matter to me whether I get a conviction or not. It totally does, though. Subliminally, like, you're trying to work with them. It reflects badly on you if somebody's declared innocent. It reflects badly on your relationship with the prosecutor's office. But in the big picture, defense attorneys technically have it better, even though it's harder for them, because defense attorneys can make millions of dollars in their practice, whereas prosecutors almost exclusively are going to make work for the state, so they can only get so much. So if you're like a big high-profile guy like Jose Baez or Johnny Cochran or something, you could be a millionaire. Whereas the prosecution is never really going to be that unless they're writing a book about it or something, because you're not going to get big clients because the client is the state and they're giving you a fixed salary. Now this is Jody's house, though, not the place where the crime happened, right? Or not even Jody's house, but Jody's grandparents' house, where she potentially stole the gun. Is that what we're talking about? But this is almost exactly the same shot that we see in the Casey Anthony trial, where it's like the shovel and the thing, where they're saying, "Oh, was the shovel there, or is this the way it looked?" The cold, boring disposition is better, though, because you get more more efficiency based. Most social contrivance is based on artifice and undue emphasis. So if you actually look objectively and think, thought being the defining practice of humanity and defining trait, you would be very indifferent to it, because you realize all that is just artificial and overextended and self-defeating and projected and undue emphasis and contrived and objectively adverse and half-mass and, cognitive dissonance inducing and finite, or meant to sort of counteract it, or only works on an initial basis, initial level, therefore not objective, therefore not consistent, therefore not inherent. And so regardless of what your decision is on value, on what you value, you're not even defining it for yourself, you're not even aware of it. So it's more like you've been molded properly you've been reduced to structure properly so you can be most easily controlled, but then people somehow insist upon it indignantly, even though you're already defined in such a way that, you would almost take pride in it or insist upon it, but you're only doing it as it's ordained by society. So this part was kind of a little boring. So like I said, we could do like some sort of social experiment thing after, and we could do like some sort of a other thing, social experiment, and a little thing along the lines of like a gameplay video, preferably one I haven't seen before, but preferably part of a series, a game that I have seen before. Or that I have played before and beaten and even 100%ed, and then incidentally that'll spoil something else because they'll make a reference to another game just in their commentary. Or like, oh, that's just like in the sequel where they do this, or that's just like in some other game. But that part you can't really, you're watching Red Dead Redemption 2 and it's like, oh, they missed an opportunity to call it Redder Deader Redemption, or like Red Dead instead of Redemption Crimes or something for which you have to find redemption later. It's kind of too quiet at times here, maybe just when they're kind of walking around and shit. Budget rental. What kind of a fucking speed change is that? You go from like 60 to 30, unless maybe it wasn't 60. Yeah, he's familiar and he knows everything about the fucking restaurants. Are there any Margaritavilles there? Are there any IHOPs? Are there any McDonald's? How many McDonald's within a 5 square radius of this? Like, how the fuck do you know that when it comes to a restaurant? Like, I love that initial questioning. I understand they must have discussed it before and he must have been prepped by the prosecution in a way that you're not supposed to do. Everybody laughs when Daryl Brooks says that too. Have you been prepped by the prosecution? I feel like that's way more common than you realize, though. They obviously are. They'll have a conversation with them, and they maybe aren't explicitly told what to say, but they're, like, considerable still. This is more like something you'd ask of the budget car employee, I think which we do ask the other guy later, but this is just the detective itself. Yeah, this mic isn't bad, but it sometimes doesn't attach exactly the way I want it to. So the next session, for sure, I'll do that. Where you're like, I don't know, I'll do like the gameplay video of some kind, and I'll do like the other thing. Like a social experiment video, those should be the main two. Did I ask you if it was located at the airport? Would be what he would have said if it was a hostile witness thing. That obviously has a lot of bias. The problem with this is sort of the false duality. Neither side really wants to get to the truth. They just want to achieve their side. And you'd hope that you'd have some truth in the middle. That you'll meet in the middle and find the truth, but... the target is kind of a... and look at her smile in that too. Okay, so here I'll do XQC to catch a predator, and I will do some gaming clip, and I cannot find for the life of me, so I don't know if I've seen these before, either the clip itself of To Catch a Predator, or you might think, oh, you're an XQC fan or something, but he's just such a well-known, whatever, so... it's not really anything about him per se. Whatever. Okay, XTC reacts to Catch a Predator with chat. Now there could be a number of these with the same titles. I don't know. It's like 18 minutes 59 seconds long it looks, so we'll start in 3, 2, 1. I'll watch some gaming clip. It doesn't matter what it is. Some Let's Play. So what will happen this time when something is present? Something about the premise of this I don't like, because you're being deceptive. Like think about it this way. A little girl, someone pretending to be a little girl, invites you and flirts with you, right? Doesn't mean it makes it right, but you're deceiving them. So, in other words, what if there would be no girl? There's no such 13-year-old girl who would talk to you and who would flirt with you and who would invite you over. There's no such one, let's say hypothetically. So then you invite them, you're very friendly, cordial, you seem like you want it, and then you get in trouble for it. But it's like, what about that little girl? Why is she saying, I want to hang out with you? It's not like you're forcing her, right? There's no forcing going on here. They invite you in, so you're giving them false pretenses. That still doesn't make it right, but it's very deceptive. Think about it. Who is this young girl who's talking to him, inviting him over? Who is this girl? Oh, she doesn't exist. She's fake. So you're creating a fake scenario to catch somebody. In other words, if there was no such girl, they might not have even done anything wrong. They might have tried to, but it's still a deceptive thing. Right. Why are you... See, now when you say that, most girls wouldn't talk to you, but you invited in and you're not... Again, it doesn't make it right, but it makes it... Why would you... It's okay with you. So you gave your consent even though you're too young. But again, if a 12-year-old girl says it's okay with me, it's a parenting issue or something, but... Wow, like, most girls would stop talking to you, even regardless of anything, but... I don't know, again, I'm not defending what they do or what they're trying to do, but I am saying if somebody gives you false pretenses, even if they're 12, 13, they say, you're the one who's saying all this stuff, you're the one who's egging them on, you've given him false pretenses, so I don't... He's trying to backpedal. It's so stupid the way they do this. Like, you're making a spectacle out of it. You're giving him false pretenses. So he's backpedaling, so he wasn't actually going to do it. The photo is what really gets this guy. Photos of child porn. That makes it okay if you do oral, just oral. Would that fall under some different distinction? Like, it's still... He's not denying it. Why is he saying it's funny? It's not even supposed to be funny. Now he's laughing. It's a crazy laugh. That's his Kira laugh reveal moment. No, see, he's probably telling the truth because most 12-year-old girls wouldn't go along with it. So you create a scenario that doesn't normally exist and give him false pretenses, and then it doesn't make it right, but it's like he would have never done it because nobody would have ever gone along with it. So you create, it's very deceptive. It's like, oh, this guy who works at a bank tells you, I'll give you all the money in the safe, and starts you on a thing, and it's like, sure, if you feel like you can get away with it with an inside job, the way he's saying that. He sounds all southern when he's saying that. Yeah, we're exploiting you for views and content. Well, you can go to jail and do both at the same time. I don't like when they're so aggressive either. Like, don't be so aggressive. Just chill out. He's not... Like, he's not a threat. You can tell he's got nothing. I don't like the deceptiveness in that. Like, let's create a situation that doesn't normally exist and then get you in trouble for it because you act on it, but you wouldn't have acted because there wouldn't have been that scenario. That's the real point. I'm not saying nobody would do it, but like, would a 12-year-old girl really say that? Like, oh yeah, let's do this. I don't know. It'd be very rare and it would be a parenting issue. Why? They give murderers a Sprite. They give everybody a Sprite. Like, you can be giving him water. Like, you're looking at it the wrong way. You're given the decorum and courtesy of the legal system. They're going to feed you even when you're in jail. They're going to give you food and water and... Right, you're not only assuming his guilt, but... That might be true, but it doesn't excuse what he did. Two things can be true. It doesn't have to be apologist. It could just be, that's why he did it, but so what, right? You still did something wrong. It doesn't mean you shouldn't be declared guilty of it. Although there is the insanity defense, but I'm not a big proponent of that. There's no such thing, by the way. Like, there's no condition that you have that says, oh yeah, it makes me violently kill somebody, or it makes me do this. Like, it might make you more likely, it might make you less inhibited, but it doesn't make you do it. Nothing makes you do something like that. Right? Like, oh, I'm going to murder somebody because I have this condition. There's no such thing. That's just never... Is that the whole video? I can't even see the timestamp. Yeah, maybe if he's played Luigi's Mansion, I would watch that. I'll watch Luigi's Mansion since I love that game so much, or I love the aesthetic. It's such a fun, like, microcosm kind of game. Like, you stay up all night one night and you play the whole game and you beat the whole game and it's all claustrophobic in this one mansion and such a good atmosphere. That's a good one. He used to professionally play Overwatch, now he's just watch. Take away the over and he's just watch because he's React Andy. I can't see the chat here because it's on the left side. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Lunch and a movie. What if they don't say anything sexual? Even if I was doing something like that, hypothetically, I would never do anything like that, but leave out the stimuli acme until you meet, and then you can start to do it. Like, what if you are genuinely like that? I'm trying to help these girls because they have an issue that they would be talking to people like this on the internet. So I'm trying to be nice to you and you know. I can almost guarantee that's a lie. You might just think he's her dad at first. Why would that difference? All he said was dinner and a movie at first, but... See, society doesn't get to tell you that. If I talk, I'll say it explicitly, absolutist tendency, go ahead, dude. If I talk, let's say I'm a 40-year-old man, and I talk to a 10-year-old girl on the internet, and I say, I want to take you out to lunch and a movie, and then take you home. Society doesn't get to tell you you can't do that. They don't get to do that. Like, maybe I have some altruistic vision for society and self-governance, and I'm trying to, and she's consenting and willing to do it, and I buy her a bunch of gifts, and I send her home, because I'm just a nice guy, and I want to do that. Like, you don't get to tell me that that's, predatory, because what else? I didn't say anything sexual. I didn't want anything sexual. I could be asexual. I could be gay. You don't know, right? So all I'm saying is you're not seeing the big picture of what society's role is, right? This, if you say stimuli acme, but the absolutist is above the stimuli acme. You don't get it. They've removed the need for it. So there's so many things that in a thought experiment could be addressed there, like... God wouldn't have made me able to do this if I... Just wear a fucking name tag so you don't have to say that every time. Who do you think you are? Hansen. Chris Hansen. Their police response isn't really proportional. Like, he's just a regular dude, right? Like, it doesn't mean he's like an armed fucking military veteran god kind of guy. He's gonna get banned, but it's on YouTube, so it can't be. Oh, there is nudity on YouTube. I've seen it. There's so many things on YouTube over the years that I've seen that aren't illegal, like full movies that aren't meant to be there for free. Playing World of Warcraft on a private server, technically they would have a right to take that down. Not that they can take down the game itself, footage, but when it's on a private server that's not accredited to Blizzard, right? Which would be hard to almost prove. You wouldn't know when or where or how the guy is playing. But I had a change of heart. That's always good that he accepts it. That's it, 50,000. So you're telling me this is 50,000 bail, but Alex Jones is 1 billion. Like, this is more serious than what Alex Jones did. Defamation versus pedophilia. He was charged with online solicitation. He was released on 50,000 bail awaiting trial. Suicide of another suspect. Suicide of another suspect? What does that mean? District attorney refused to prosecute any of the men arrested during the sting. Amateur police officers or what? Or the fact that, I don't know. I don't get this either, but no, I would drop it based on the tainted nature. I don't think it's just because it's a show. I think they must have botched something. That could, though. The media aspect could invalidate it, absolutely. But you would have to go through the trouble of producing it yourself. But it's a little different when you would make the show yourself. But media coverage can absolutely invalidate something. Like they always ask that in court. Have you seen anything on the news? Or that's actually the best thing. You're beating somebody up, but you say, oh, it's just a prank. No, you do get baited, though, because you might have those ideas or thoughts, but you wouldn't act on them unless they give you. It's like the force amplification argument. You might be crazy and you want to kill people, but you don't have a gun, so you don't have the balls to do it. Somebody gives you a gun. Now, it's not the gun's fault, but somebody killed themselves, so they... Sexual acts he wanted, but he got away with it then, I guess. McDonald, well, he did something again. McDonald's. Well, now you know what it sounds like to waste $5 on a fucking millionaire. Could be giving this money to charity, but you'd rather give it to XTC. You know, and at his level, he makes enough from ad revenue and sponsorships and stuff like that. He pled not guilty. At trial, one-word defense. Adult pretending to be a child. What is he, like an escape artist that he... 24, okay, so he's fine when he gets it. That's really stupid, though. He got away with it the first time, and now you fucking do it again? How the fuck? Appeals upheld it. 2010, he filed a petition. Petition was denied. And what do you got to give his whole fucking life story, dude? Holy shit. Okay. So yeah, let's watch Luigi's Mansion. Let's see what the first thing that pops up. That's what we're going to do. Or the problem is, if XQC would have played something, it would have been one of the sequels. He wouldn't have played the original because... I don't know, that's just how content is, like a new game release or something. That's something I wouldn't really even want to do. If I played games like right when they came out, I'd rather take my time and get to when I get to it, and just like, I'm not in a hurry. Right? I'm like a sip of like a fine wine type of guy. So what you have here is the simple ability to watch a particular thing, and that particular thing is that particular thing is going to be, I'll watch some random episode of somebody playing Luigi's Mansion, and it won't be far from subtle, because that's the one that I've really seen in full. I mean, I probably haven't seen anybody play it in full, aside from that. But see, that's the kind of game I'm comfortable watching, because there's nothing to it. Like, I have 100%ed it, there's nothing about the game I don't know. I even know, like, some of the hard mode kind of angle and stuff, like special hacks and mods and everything like that. I could watch some of my own stuff almost and sort of just give you a little feedback, but I feel bad almost for watching my own stuff. Let me try to look up something here. That was okay, I guess, but at least I don't think I've seen that one before. If you just like look up Luigi's Mansion period, you might get something. Let me see. Let me just do that. Luigi's Mansion. You'll see a lot of stuff on the sequels, which I haven't played either of those, so I don't want to see that. What you can do here, oh, it opened up something else like a topic. It's always so hard to navigate when I'm driving that I don't want to do it really. Why is it opening up like a topic thing? Okay, let me see. Okay, so what you can do here is, I'm trying to struggle with this a little bit to, we just mentioned Dark Moon, so I guess I really just can't do this, huh? Luigi's Mansion 3, so all I tried to do was, oh my god. Oh yeah, they have like the scare scraper is like a thing. More like the Twin Towers on 9/11, am I right? Okay, dude. That song was trending right around 9/11 though. Osama by Rucka. I'm your fucking uncle when he says it to Obama. Writes Barack Hussein Obama like Saddam Hussein, and then Obama rhymes with Osama, so there's some conspiracy there. What you can do now is you can this is a little awkward part of a trip that I'm getting distracted, so it's okay. Alright, so the only thing you need to see here is, can I fucking do this where... Oh my god, I hate doing... Man. Like, come on. Luigi's Mansion complete walkthrough full game. Yeah, I don't want to see that one. Okay, hang on a second. This is fucking stupid. It's always okay if there's moments of silence because there's someone talking throughout, but there's all these closures and dumb shit going on that I can't figure out. I don't understand what the fuck is going on, but... Okay, let's see what we have here. It's got to be like some random channel who happens to be playing it. Right, that we would look through... I don't fully get it, but... Full game playthrough, ZK somebody. But the whole thing with that that's confusing is... like, what does it mean when it comes to... What does it mean when it comes to... Is it their first time playing it? Which most, I guess, blind would have been the term before, but now people get offended by even that. So what you're going to do... Okay, let's try this one. So this is... I'm sure he's already played it before. Like, everybody probably has. Let's see, who is this guy? I can't really see his name. Luigi's Mansion 1 full game playthrough, and it's like 4 hours long. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. Today we play Luigi's Mansion 1. Luigi tries to save Mario. Okay, so he's obviously played it before because... It only takes 4 hours, and it's not even, okay, I can't even navigate. I'm fucking done doing this shit, man. This phone is fucking dog shit, and to do it like this is completely impossible to navigate. I'll make a playlist tonight and fucking have it ready, because this is bullshit. It just doesn't work, man. So what you have is a simple ability to see that you're able to okay, so it's got to be a first playthrough, blind playthrough. But yeah, there's like some controversy with the term blind now because, oh, it's offensive to blind people. But on 2 levels, it's not offensive. Because unless you think that's not the right term, but there's nothing wrong with it. Like, it just happens to be a fact of life. Like, you know, if somebody's blind, that's the term that's used to describe them, so that's fine. That doesn't mean that it's offensive, like it's just a statement of reality. So you're able to do it in such a way that, you know, first of all, that's not even what it means. Like, you can't take monopoly over a word. Because blind might refer to that, it also means, like, you're going in blind, like a blind date. That doesn't mean that it's... We're not even talking about that, right? So, it's something totally different. So you're able to do it in such a way that you can't take a monopoly over language. You can't get offended by it. You're not even necessarily saying anything is bad about it. You're just saying blind playthrough. It's not derogatory. It means you're going in blind, like you don't know anything about it, so you're going in fresh, right? Like first, and it's a lot easier for character limits and stuff to use blind rather than first playthrough. You can just say blind, period, and that would be enough to tell you that you don't know anything about it. And I guess I could even be distinguished from a first playthrough, because first playthrough means you might know stuff about it, whereas blind would mean it's first playthrough and you don't know anything about it. Right, so that would be the difference. I'm going to end up getting spoiled on the first game from this somehow. Or I mean on the other game. Okay, I simply cannot find anything, so I give up. I'm not going to worry about it. Navigating this phone while driving is fucking, like, not that you really should be doing that, but it goes in this horizontal thing. Like, I'm fucking done, bro. Holy shit. Just give me like a random big channel that's fucking doing it. Like, what is this, dude? Zebra Gamer Luigi's Mansion 1, 2, and 3. Okay, were you playing it for the first time? 3DS walkthrough. Okay, what if I say Luigi's Mansion first playthrough? Blind playthrough, would that work? Like, I don't fucking know. It was saying like first person. There should be a first person mod for it, where you hold the little vacuum out like it's a fucking gun and a first. That's actually an awesome perspective for it. Is that like how Phasmophobia works, maybe, or something like that? We just mentioned games. Okay, 10 videos. Considering how much I love Super Mario Sunshine, you'd think I would have played the game before, probably, is what he's saying there. Blind. Okay, let's watch this. Unhauntedly. I don't know what the fuck that means, really. Okay, so we're watching Luigi's Mansion Blind number 1, Unhauntify. Oh. Starting in 3, 2, 1. At least that title is unique, so you would know. Fucking creepy, the way they say the logo. Great sense of style to this game. And there's like a black bar thing going around with this too. Loogie Mansion. Loogie, like a mansion where you hawk a loogie like you're spinning. Oh, so it just fell in place. He's getting like a graphical bug. Oh, so he is doing it on the emulator, but how come it's not full screen, though? I was even going to say use an emulator and you can record it in full screen. I've even done that before. So that's always fresh. So you get to live vicariously through people if you, oh, you did play it though, you liar. Oh, you were actually scared by it. I didn't find it scary even when I was younger, but I did find it very immersive. Like, Star Fox Adventures was the dinosaur planet that wasn't even meant to be a Star Fox game, but they sort of just rebranded it. But no, it at least has the atmosphere where it feels like the music, the sound effects, the visuals, there is something very consistent about it that not enough games really have. Right, where it's like a thematic sort of, not really like a thematic masterpiece, but he's doing all this performative aspect on his voice though that I don't like he's trying too hard. See, like all this yelling and stuff, like you really got to do that, bro. Relax. Oh, that's where he's saying unhauntify. See, this is like undue emphasis where you're trying to make more of something than what it actually is. My whole thing would be like, I would do something to make it more than what it is in format and structure and do something noteworthy. But instead you're trying to make it like, oh, look at my emphasis makes it notable. Where he like humps the furniture. You can't see because you can see through the wall. Yeah, those doors obviously damage you. Hindsight 2020 bias, clown, backseat gamer mode activated. But no, the aesthetic is good, more so than even just the graphics, although the graphics are really good for the time. It could be both. Whenever he bangs against the wall, he's flashing a gang sign into him. You're supposed to do exactly what you just did naturally without trying to. The fact that you're going to try to go up and do something, then come back down when you realize you can't do anything. So look at them playing you like a little mouse to the cheese with the fucking, like an experiment. That's what he said as a kid. I don't get the joke. What is the joke with a key of different flavors? Am I missing something with that? More like a musical key or something like that. Actually, in some ways, this game is more novel than Sunshine. Sunshine, as good as it is, this game exceeds its expectation a little bit because it's just sort of novel and unique. But the Sunshine kind of is a little bit underwhelming because even though it's a good game, it's a main entry in the Mario series, a sequel to basically Super Mario 64, so it fails to live up to that standard the way that this game introduced a new sort of universe in the, a new subject matter in the universe. So EGAT appears in Superstar Saga and Sunshine, or maybe he doesn't appear in Sunshine, but he's always mentioned. He's the one who made the flood, so it was a weird kind of time for Nintendo where they were going off these gimmicks. It's a very strange decision that they made, like, let's make 2 games with Mario characters where we're working with a fucking little water gun thing, flood, and this. It makes more sense here because, like, you're copying Ghostbusters. Okay, so today I'll try to do some social experiment / gameplay stuff. We'll do this as part of the category. It's only fitting that on YouTube you do some gaming channels because that's such a big part of YouTube content over the years. Let's plays, walkthroughs, Minecraft videos, Fortnite videos, whatever. I've never watched stuff like that as much. I never really watched too much, but there were certain channels I liked. Northern Lion is amazing. Obviously, he's known for Binding of Isaac, and Far From Subtle was really good. Kind of underrated. They never quite got their due. I mean, they did fine for themselves, but I don't know whether I should watch channels I haven't seen or playthroughs on channels that I've seen that I'm more interested in watching stuff I haven't seen. Even like, okay, I could watch some newer stuff from Far From Subtle or some other stuff that I never saw, but I'd rather see it new in both senses. Some channel that I never saw and some channel I never saw and some gameplay I never saw. So like I try to deconstruct and see like which channels are like most popular, or some, I don't know how to really assess that. Like the most popular, most famous ones, but that's kind of boring at times too. How do I really assess that? But anyway, we'll start with a couple pranks here, or I'll kind of just let it take me where it will with the auto like it has this little arrow to the left or the right, but I'm not in a playlist, so it'll just randomly give me a different video, suggested or otherwise. Beating a homeless man in public, social experiment, and it's like 4 minutes 49 seconds long, and so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Get a fucking job. Bro thinks he's Patrick Bateman with this shit here, where he kills the homeless guy. That's the sort of crime you could get away with. Not that I'm encouraging anything, but I'm saying, you know, oh, how could you get away with killing all these people? You probably could get away with killing a homeless person because it'd be pretty hard to, you know, less people are going to be aware of them or checking up on them or something, right? There's that one kid who said, like, he had a human head and hands in his closet, and he was able to, not make fun of them, but you're beating them up. You would think somebody would physically intervene. That could be dangerous. That's the problem with stuff like this. You know what this almost does is it creates a feedback loop where people will donate just because of this event happening. Elitist victim blamer walking down the street moment. It almost acts like he knows who he is. What is he, pepper spraying him? What the fuck? Nobody really seems to give a shit. We got some cops coming. This is what I mean, like, you'll get all these fucking 911 calls and stuff if it seems real. And you'll keep getting calls in the same place for the same thing, like, how do you know? So maybe they're not reacting because they don't care, but because they think it's a prank. Pepper spray is a bit excessive, like, beat him up with your hands at least, do the work yourself. Oh, so it's okay to tell him to get a life, but not okay to tell that guy to get a job. Alright, so what gaming stuff should I watch? And the answer is, I want to see mainly stuff I haven't seen, so I'll prioritize. At least give him money first, but that would encourage it. Michael Jordan's alter ego. No, he doesn't. He does, but he doesn't need this kind of abuse. But I guess the victim says that too. When the victim says it's fake too. Yeah, they're calling the cops, they're doing all the right things. They might physically, but they didn't really beat him up. The way the picture shows, the thumbnail, pepper spray is pretty extreme. What did he seem to do? Break a bottle? You heard some sound. Yeah, they won't help you until they get it physical. That was a good video. Kind of ordinary, but not bad. Unless you can't afford it. It's a kind of a nice little wholesome thing. I like it. I gotta do shit like this myself at some point. Oh, the performative aspects. Homeless man is an inspiring social experiment. But is he really doing it as an experiment, or is he doing it now for attention because he got nothing to lose? This will get him attention, and that'll get him money, and that'll solve the fact that he's homeless. Homeless man is an inspiring social experiment. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. Some of these can be pretty fun to see, actually. There's one that's in like a restaurant, like a Japanese restaurant or something, that's really fun. I can't remember what exactly happens, but what, I gave you a fucking sandwich and you want social company too? Fuck you. So the homeless guy is giving somebody else food. I don't get it. So it's your fault. Learn to drive. He's just making excuses. You don't know the whole history behind these people, so maybe they deserve it. You know, maybe he was a drug addict. Maybe if you give him money, he'll get drugs, you know. I don't get what the inspiring act or whatever is. The guy's pretending to be hungry, but why would he expect? Now he'll give him the $6.50 because he was so nice to give the food. Like, that's the kind of the format of that. Ask somebody for money, and if they give it, you give them way more as a reward for their kindness. Right, that's kind of a good template format. Or like, give it, double it, or keep it. Keep the money or double it to somebody else, the next person. Or he's just more like giving up. This all seems so fake. He did it for the content, but he wouldn't have done it if he didn't give him the food or whatever. It just seems so fake that it actually makes me sick. At least the cameraman seems like he's well hidden to where it's not super obvious, where a lot of these aren't. It just seems fake, even if it's not fake. I know what it means to you. It means you're getting your license back. Now learn how to drive, you dumb shit. This is a nice thing. I mean, I would like... But see, you're making a public spectacle out of it. You're not just doing it. You're making content and videos that you could then, in turn, make money back from. Same way that when, like, Mr. Beast gives money out, but he's making money in the process of doing it. Whatever, for tournaments and stuff. I want to see that now he'll use it to buy drugs. You don't know what the fuck. He's making the whole shit up. This seems super fake. This is what rich people should do with their spare money, or spare time more than anything. Make fucking videos to try to make more money. His reaction, I don't know, something about that just seems disgustingly fake, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, let's use the interim period here to find, in a minute, to find something else. But I do like these. These could be kind of funny. 10 hours of walking in New York City as Kim Jong-un, but they know it's not really you. Or maybe they do, because maybe they do think it sometimes, like they have an entourage with them that makes it sort of realistic. Or apparently I already watched some of this before. I don't know what to make of this. But, like, I would do this if I was actually a celebrity. I would, tape myself 10 hours walking through New York City as Shia LaBeouf, but I'm actually Shia LaBeouf or whoever. Right, you're not imitating them, you're actually doing it, and I want to see... Like, I would do it when it suits me, but I would do it like, I'll actually go and talk to fans and just indulge what people want when I feel like it. Not, like, all the time, but... so today I feel like going out and engaging with people or something. So it looks like we're at 3 minutes walking around, 10 hours walking around New York City's Kim Jong-un, and 3, 2, 1. It's a guy holding a guitar. The guy with him is what really sells it, right? His guard or whatever. This guy's banned from North Korea, you know that. You could just be playing him in a movie or something, I don't know. That was good. Teach me your capitalist tricks. You go to Trump Tower to do this shit? See, this is kind of harmless. This isn't even like a prank that could cause some problem. Nobody's gonna call, like, the cops or something. That's Rocket Man. This is what Trump called him. Empire State Building. This music is so epic, too. The best way to do it is, like, you're not trying to draw attention to yourself. Then it seems natural. You're even trying to avoid attention. Koreatown, what a surprise. Oh shit, I wonder what they would think of this. They'd probably dislike him, though. Because this is more like Western influenced Koreans. This is a North Korean general? Would they actually find it funny? Well, he just stands there, go eat something, do something. He's not really... You gotta be more natural. Sit down, actually have food. What if it was actually him and he couldn't convince anybody that it's him? He's had some... The twist is he doesn't even know how to speak Korean. Maybe P something. Stay tuned for part 2. So we have 2 options of what we could do, like sort of scary videos and gameplay videos of like a channel that you're able to do something here. And that would be a channel like this that I haven't seen, but that's well known. Right, so we'll maybe make a little playlist portion of it. I should use that more, like make a playlist so that you can actually see what you can do. And the reason why you would do that is so that you can see, so that you can basically see that you're able to, it'll be easier to navigate and stuff. So yeah, we'll do like one scary video that's maybe recent, scary moments caught on camera or whatever. It doesn't have to be somebody's reaction to it. It can just be the video. It'll be my reaction to it. And then the other thing is just the simple fact that you have somebody's gameplay video, and I just don't know who to do. And it's got to be somebody I don't really know, or that I haven't really seen or even heard of. The Rad Brad is somebody like I never really watched too much of their stuff, but I always appreciate their format, or I was surprised how popular they are given how like basic and stale kind of, they're just sort of lowest common denominator, but part of their success is just they would be very on point with it. Every time a game would come out, they would play it, and they'd be the first one to upload it, and they would also like do something along the lines of what was I saying? We would do something along the lines of being able to basically, whatever, just somebody I haven't seen before. So yeah, we'll do this here in a second. I'll find 2 videos to watch. One scary kind of thing, one gameplay kind of thing. Again, it doesn't matter what game it is. It would have to be probably something older though, because I don't keep up with new stuff. So Luigi's Mansion was a perfect one, but I don't want to just watch random stuff based on the game. I want to watch it based on the channel of somebody again, like I haven't seen. So I'm sort of doing a channel review of their content and see what their commentary is like and everything. And so you would be able to identify what's good, what's bad. So I'm sort of reviewing their channel, or at least that particular playthrough, that particular video. And so you're able to do it in such a way that it's just performative aspects and whatever. But yeah, it's all in good fun, and just kind of to see why are some of these channels so popular. So I tried to do that with Mr. Beast, and not even because of the controversy, I could care less about that, but just in general, let's look at YouTube's most subscribed channels. And a lot of them are music video stuff. A lot of them are to do with the simple fact of a lot of them are to do with the simple reality, simple fact of basically being able to do something in such a way that, I don't know, I can't concentrate right now. Let's just wait till I stop, and then we'll figure it out. So yeah, that's the big element that you have to figure is just give me a game that I've watched before, I played, beaten 100%, whatever before, preferably linear games. See, like open world games, I'd still be apprehensive to watch. Right? I've watched a little bit of people playing them at times, but like, for example, Skyrim, I played the game a lot, but I haven't done everything there is to do in the game. And so you're able to basically realize that you're not in a position to do it. Right, because there's so many random things that you could be spoiled on, just incidentally, you won't even know. It's not as clear cut. Whereas if it's like a linear story game, like Phoenix Wright is a good example. You can't be spoiled on that because you either see it or you do it or you don't. Like there's no in between, really, of spoilers. There's no plot choices and stuff too much. So let's go through some fallacies here briefly. There was one in particular I want to talk about, but I can't remember now. Sort of things are valued more so at times, social contrivance basis, like for performative aspects or indoctrinated reduction to structure, less so than actual some measure of value. So for example, or that is taken or mistaken as a measure of value. So I made a little playlist thing here, and that is going to be, well, I guess I can't really find it now. Oh, great. Even this is hard to navigate. But there should be some gameplay thing in here. I feel like story games might be better for this kind of thing, but it doesn't really matter. It could be anything. So yeah, let's do it here. Denise Richards. Let's see what else we fucking have in here. These are like older things that I would have added. Denise Richard something. I can't even see it. Okay, now we got this rotating thing as an obstacle. So this one we're going to start with a scary video, and then we can go into some sort of... I added Christopher Odd, which is a channel that I have seen a little bit in the past. I know he did the Half-Life games. I watched some of the Half-Life 2 playthrough. I've never beaten Half-Life 1 all the way, so I didn't want to watch that. Although, see, that's one of those instances where you could get spoiled on Half-Life 1 from having played Half-Life 2, or, he might mention stuff about it or whatever, so... you can certainly understand the overlap there. But let's start with this one. 25 scariest camping encounters ever caught on camera. And this is by Scary something. I can't read it. It's like by Mystery Man. I imagine he doesn't have too many videos of the same title. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. This experience is one of the most terrifying things anyone could encounter while camping. They always have this like slow, monotone speech, all these people, Mr. Nightmare or somebody. And a lot of this, they're just taking other people's clips, so that they really deserve credit, but like America's Funniest Videos, they just compile other people's stuff. The ones involving animals can be genuinely scary. Why is all this emotional music playing? Too many of these are sort of fake. Could be Bigfoot, could be somebody dressed up like that, could be a severed head. Too many of these will probably be fake. Two days. Of course, like it's not part of their plan, but maybe it is. Just organic when it's not long, but... See, I'd want to do stuff like this, too. Could be an animal, I couldn't really even see it. I can't even see what it is. I don't even see anything. It seems like a lot of these are reaching. What, like you wouldn't have seen that? It's within their peripheral vision. Yeah, right. I mean, there's a lot of trees there. You wouldn't be able to... And some of these could be special. Could be one of the runners. I don't know. I'm assuming that's not a type of zombie that you call, like in The Last of Us. What do they call them? Stalkers. The ones that are sort of fast. Could just be unfamiliar stuff. Like, you're assuming that nobody lives here. What if they do? Some random person. You assume like the whole world revolves around you, or that you'd never find anything anywhere. There's 8 billion people in the world. They could be doing all kind of normal things, just hunting, gathering. Lazy hunters. Or it could be another predatory animal that could kill you too. Horse. Why is it dark activities? They could be taxidermists. I think I've seen this. It's like supposed to be a ghost or something. You know, there's always an incentive built into this. We're going to make a video of our camping trip, and on that video, something crazy happens to occur, as if there's not some underlying, cui bono effect, but put on a better light. It could be a person. Like, why would a person be out here at night? That's so weird. Also, you're out there at night. Like, there's a lack of self-awareness. People could be scared of you the same way some random crazy person talking on their phone on their camera. But if you saw somebody or heard somebody, you would be freaked out. Look at that stock footage. Or maybe it wasn't stock footage. We never get any confirmation on this, though. That seems like a genuine reaction, though. It could just be like a little statue, garden gnome type shit. I like the dad's reaction, though. He should have played that back. It's time to go. Like, that sounded genuine. Like, he's just worried. They keep adding, like, all this music or shit. Right? You don't need that. If it's so scary, you don't need to add ambiance that wouldn't be there in real life. A little mask, you could have easily planted that. Yeah, somebody was murdered here and wearing that mask, so now your fingerprints are on it, you dumbass. Or they were just having a party out in the woods, just like you're fucking around in the woods. What's the problem? The fact that it's like impaled on something is kind of cool. That's like how they show it in the forest, the game, like... Or those are actual heads there, but... Okay, when it's too many steps of stuff happening, it's fake. See, now there'll be no follow-up. This is so fake, so fake. And nothing ever happened. He never caught them, they never caught him, they never called the cops, they never found out anything more. No follow-up, because it's fake. It's too, convenient. It'd be sad if one of these actually turns out to be real. Well, some of them seem real, but... somebody else looking at the house just like you were going to go in there and try to look at it. Could be a squatter. But he's not squatting, he's walking. A lot of these don't seem very good, or some of them maybe I've seen before, but at least he keeps the pace going quickly. And so, yeah, we'll watch Christopher Odd Gone Home. So it's a combination of, I've never seen him play that, I'm pretty positive. It's a story game, it's not really that good, it's sort of overrated. It gets a good atmosphere, but it's a little contrived and a little dry. Why not take it out and keep it as a memento? I don't know. That could be a realistic thing, like somebody's skull who died 1,000 years ago is there, that nobody ever noticed before, coming out of some opening, gaping hole or something. That could be a real thing, fossils and stuff. I love that as a creationist argument, oh, well, evolution isn't real. Have you seen it happen? But if you did see it happen, it would happen over an extremely long period of time. You wouldn't be able to see it in your limited, lifespan. Some of these are okay, but they're not really as real as like dash cam footage or... could be the person who set up the camera in the first place. Skinwalker. That term is way overused. It's like a Native American term, but people have sort of overdone it, overused it. What was it, though? Was it an animal, or... I couldn't tell what that was. I couldn't see it too clearly. It just seems a little bit too convenient and contrived, but... what was that little static effect? Like something that's actually a canned, planned thing. It's 3 versus 1. You should have a gun or something, then you wouldn't care. So we're going to stay here and watch it. Wouldn't you move? Wouldn't you go home? Flashlight's not working. I mean, dude, if you want to make a low-budget horror film, do it. But what the fuck is this? It's a person, it's something. Ah, yes, of course. This is what you should totally do. And one of these is going to turn into a real thing. Why are you so excited and enthusiastic? What, you heard the bell but not the scream? Or you confused it for that? Or you also heard that? They totally couldn't... I mean, there's no confirmation that, oh, you couldn't have set this up yourself. Right, like... how would you prove that they didn't just go there first and do it? Even with the driving ones, you could say, oh, there's no way they could set it up, but they still could. They could have their friend do it ahead of time, or go there, then drive back, then drive again, and record it. These eye-type things are common, but they could just be lights, some reflection of something. That's what he's good. So is he dead? Then we would know something actually happened there. Not that I want that to happen, but... the scariest thing in Australia would just be some fucking big hairy spider. That could be a thing. It looks like an animal getting attacked by a leopard or whatever the fuck. Like, you need a police report to correspond with it. Somebody was injured, they didn't die, but then you would at least know something. A lot of these could just be animals, so it's not necessarily scary, although it could be. You go out in the wild and you're surprised to see an animal. Like, why? It's an analogy to life and, like, games. Like, oh, you have all these invisible walls. You can't go into nature, and you can't do this, and you can't do that. Except in a very controlled way. That's what society does. It's obviously some kind of an animatronic toy or something. It's like a toy, dude. Dude, it's a fucking toy. What do you mean? How convenient that a creepy tale is going to lead to this. Nobody's supposed to be back here. Give us a little fucking light, dude. Bro, bring a gun on a hunting trip, and then what do you have to worry about? Or have somebody with you that you trust. Like, your morbid curiosity about it is what will get you in trouble, or make it seem fake. If you're really worried about it, you would just get out. Or yeah, sometimes animals will sound like a human. Now that would at least be dedication to fake if you train an animal and do something, but you would be surprised the lengths people go to make content. Yeah, you're gonna kick at the side of it. Well, first you said it was a person, then you said it was an animal. No, just like everything else in this fucking video. Too many of these feel too rehearsed. So this isn't scary, it's just... oh shit, I haven't really seen this. This is like a Cthulhu type creature. Looks like leprosy or something. There's nothing really scary about that, though. It's just, I guess if you didn't know what it was, which I really haven't seen that condition before. See, this gives them credibility, relaxing stealth experiences. But what if they want to, let's give it a chance? We should have one video that's like crazy and unexpected. There's just too much of an incentive in it. But that's always the question. Sleeping in a... They're just setting up their own tent, and they didn't expect you to be here. So, what, does the whole world revolve around you, you dumbass content creator? Not saying you wouldn't do this still. If you didn't content create, you might just want to camp, but... You see a lot of these where the tent gets messed with. Could be somebody who just wants food or something. Nobody ever dies. Like, the camera was found, and this guy, it was a snuff film. Not that I want that to happen, but I'm saying that would at least lend it some credibility, or they get injured, or some police complaint. Where's my knife? I can't see you. Where's my knife and I can't see you? These are the perfect things to say when in survival mode. I don't like the music though. He's overdoing it a little bit. These fucking sounds. I just ate shit. So, you know, I'd be like this rich guy with 2 fucking bodyguards with assault rifles. Like, I'm not scared of you. You're scared of me, dude. I'd go at it. Like, fuck you, dude. Have them go at it. Yeah, animals do that. They're, you know, that's what they do. Remains unknown. Fuck you, man. Wander in the woods at night and be surprised that something bad happens, even though it doesn't seem to actually be that bad. Here we go, bro. Skinwalker. But its identity is still unknown. Oh, the rake, okay. So how many people has the rake killed on police record? Oh, right, nobody. I wouldn't say that such a thing couldn't exist, like in a certain sense. Like there could be some animal that's never been discovered, but it's just very unlikely because of how pervasive, you know, that would happen at the bottom of the ocean more so. Or yeah, that would be another thing. Oh, if I was rich, I would want to go to the bottom of the ocean and see what's up. But even though you could theoretically try to do that, you'll end up in some submersible situation where you end up dying. So I'd really test it a lot, and you gotta always have like a contingency plan. Like I'll have a second one ready and waiting. So I'll send 2 submersibles in case one of them fucks up. I can somehow switch over to the other one. You know, I think like this Kobe Bryant safety mechanism idea. Like I would have had another helicopter following me, so in case this one had issues, I don't know, like somehow, I don't know. How long is this video? Okay, it's almost over. I don't really even want to watch the gameplay clip now. Well, we can do it later, I guess. Always a mysterious creature, but it could just be an animal. There's plenty of those out in the woods and in the wild. Like, it's not a big deal. So you're able to look at it like yeah, people's willingness to stay and persist and try to find out, and that their willingness to try to find out, but then their inability to find out, coupled together to make it seem fake. If it was really something disturbing, you would get out of there, or if you really were curious, you would find out exactly what it was. You can't be blamed if you get killed in your sleep by an animal. Like, what guarantee would there be that you wouldn't? Like, a bear will attack you or something. A wolf. What are you going to do with that? Right, what do you expect? Oh, I'm going to kick the side of my tent. What, you think your tents are designed to somehow protect you from that? Like, I at least like the pace at which he goes through these relatively quickly. That could easily just be an animal. Sometimes animals sound like people, obviously, so hyena, fox, or something. Yeah, what can be more scary is just dead silence, because that means that there could be a predator around that killed. Normally there'd be a lot of other things, but the reason why it's so quiet, instead of like little chirping, little minor ambiance, if it's completely silent, that means that there's a predator around that killed everything else, or that everything else is scared of, that it would become completely silent and go away, right? So if it's too loud, it can be scary, but if it's too quiet, it can be scary. It would be reasonable, like, let's say it's an animal, you would want to run away. Like, what are you trying to do anyway? Like, oh, it was an alright video, but what is this Denise Richards shit that I have in here? Let me look at something else random. I won't do the gameplay clip right now. I can do it later, but I'll do something else here. This is going to jail for being a pedo. What is this? It's like a cop realizes he's going to jail for being a pedo in 3, 2, 1. What happens when a good cop goes bad? Was never good to begin with. You just find out. Playing baseball, star athlete. So he becomes a cop. See, he always was salty his whole life about not succeeding at sports. Oh yeah, having a wife means you're good. Did you hear that? Adolf Hitler had a wife. Oh, he must be good. Like, dude, everybody has a wife. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It just means you're a fucking cuck, simp, clown who is indoctrinated to specify the stimuli. Acme, sorry. Is this the same guy as the other one? All this music that people put in here. Or like that one, if the one female cop, prison guard, whatever, who's having affairs with the dude there. Interrogation of Jalen Fleer, so he did something pedophilic, and I don't even know what it could be. San Diego Central Jail, April 2020, a relatively recent case. I mean, at the very least, you're going to lose your job. It almost seems like he doesn't know what he's in for. Off duty, though, that's invasion of privacy. Who would be reporting this, and how would they find out? But they overread into body language a little bit too much. That's not really what interrogation is. Interrogation is getting answers, too, just like verbally, regardless of body language. They're trying to get him all salty, but they overdo it. They overdo that. It doesn't mean anything. Oh yeah, his true baseline. Maybe he likes to cross his arms. Maybe he's a little cold. He's chilly. Keeping himself warm by doing that. Yeah, why not just leave then? I'll deal with this with the lawyer. So like, yeah, why indulge this? Like, that's not a sign of guilt. Oh, it sounds kind of like, are you Miss Whatever? Are you hitting on me? Are you trying to seduce me? Tell me to take off my belt, get all comfortable, being all nice. I was a star athlete. What does this have to do with anything? Oh, yes, he crosses arms. That means he's lying or something. So he's really into sports. I would like to hear a little more, like, what is the subject matter? Yeah, and I'm still salty about it. That's why I act out. Why the fuck are we talking about this, dude? Is he gonna show this for like 20 minutes and then say one line of dialogue? Hanging out with underage girls? Oh wait, it's okay because you were underage too, potentially. Like, it's not as weird if you do that. Okay, I don't like this woman. She's annoying as fuck. Holy shit. That means he's a good guy. went separate ways from preschool. Really? That's weird. Again, like you were trying to hit on her in preschool. We reconnected and just got married, just like that. Oh, that kind of scared me, a little phone sound vibration or whatever. I hate this woman's disposition. Fuck you, you dumb cunt. Stop being so annoying. Just get to the point. What the fuck did he do? Yeah, do you look up child porn on the... They're trying to establish a psychological state why he might act out, but the stimuli acme being preserved in this era would explain it. Understand the larger process. So you would never be bothered by specifying the conflict or the particular example. You don't have any... Here we go. He finally said something. Maybe you have some breathing condition. Maybe you have other fucking... You have a stuffy nose. You're fucking... You just smoked last night and it's bothering you. Here we go, bro. Here we go. Internet detectives. Regular internet Reddit detectives. So, yeah, the larger process would explain everything. So who cares about the particulars or the individual? Your ability to counteract. That could get you in trouble at work, too. Was it an underage girl? And funny guy, know him, best man. Yeah, you don't know how Facebook works? You don't use a screen name on Facebook. Redacted. We could easily find it, dude. Oh, the guy just uses it. Now, for that, I can understand the screen name for Snapchat. We're going to go back and look at your messages. I love how triggered I was by Marnie. That's the first time I used the C word on here. Her C behavior. Marnie Michaels from like episode 2. That was real top class, top tier C behavior by Marnie Michaels in episode 1 and 2. Man, she is the most annoying bitch I've ever seen. Yeah, that's why he's here. Like, we get it. He's just getting bored, like... yes, of course. Maybe you're just getting bored a little bit. You want some water. You want a drink of water. You're getting hungry. Quick message from your sponsor. Okay, I can't skip it, too, because of the thing. Oh, here we go. Like... I have to match the timestamp, so if you're watching along, it's sort of hard to skip around though, or I guess not. You could go by whatever moment in the video plus X amount of time, because I never pause it really. I'll sort of skip around, but Morbid, or is that the name of his channel? Yeah, let's just do Raid Channel Legends next time, dude. That which needs no introduction. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, we get it. We get it. Fuck. I don't know, I'm kind of obsessed with the Jodi Arias trial. I want to watch more of that. But I should watch it just from the beginning and I'll watch the whole fucking thing. Okay. Yeah, this episode where you steal the footage of the interrogation, where you say something once every 20 minutes. What is this about? You with a younger girl, but it doesn't prove anything. Just because he's interested in what she's showing, it doesn't mean you're still fucking. Okay, good. What if you're not an initial-minded human function, reactionary basis, so you could be thinking about what you want to have for dinner or something? Wait, this is like something old. So you already knew this. Some underage girl that you talked to on Snapchat, but that's not really fair to bring that up from a while ago. That doesn't mean you're lying, it just means you're thinking. It's not. So what if you're aware of it? Okay, so we hear this. Now every time for the rest of our life, we know that, so we could be self-aware as we talk. It's like, I love this initial-minded idea that everybody just does things without thinking. What if you just, I'm aware that looking up now is perceived as being deceptive, so I just won't look up. I'll just look straight. So that means I'm telling the truth. Like, you can counteract it even if it was a thing. Here we go, mouth wetting. Maybe my mouth is dry. I want some water. Like, normally. I'm dehydrated. Like, she says cool way too much. Okay, this is a little bit unfair, though, because like what? This is a couple years ago. You were 20. You talked to somebody who's 16. How do you? But that's the whole beauty of it. Snapchat auto deletes everything. You know, they're supposed to auto delete and encrypt. You don't even need an email for it, I don't think. You can just use a dummy phone or something. A lot of the time people are aware of these things, but they don't care. Like, oh, who's going to really pay attention? Okay, this is a very stupid interview. Regardless of whatever, this is fucking annoying. I don't even want to watch. He's so annoying. Just get to the point, man. You're so stupid. On Snapchat, though, is that really a crime, dude? Okay, dude. I thought this was more serious. Oh, here we go. You can control everything. Just be the same all the time then, and it won't matter. Like, and you don't know how he normally is. Is she even a detective? Because she's irritating as fuck, dude. This was from many years ago, so I don't get it. Back in the conversation, I don't think they mentioned it yet. So they lied about their age, so that's... lip wetting, mouth grooming, all this kind of random shit. So here's another point on social contrivance, like the idea that of a false, like, absolute norm, but it's sort of half-mass. So it's like, it's absolute, like everyone should do it, and this is just the way it's meant to be, and it's supposed to be whatever practice or normalcy or action, but it's neither fully defined or self-aware, nor held accountable, nor is it consistent or practiced in full. It's practiced at half-mass, so it's sort of inconsistent, right? It's whatever it needs to be. It's sort of malleable. It's sort of just arbitrary. So it doesn't really have a definition, or it could be traced back to even mediocrity or some low standard to sort of comfort people in that mass overextension, lowest common denominator state of being. And so the idea is that basically there's no real thought put into it. It's like it's accepted mindlessly and arbitrarily, but only overcompensated by performative aspects, undue emphasis, etc. And the way in which you do that is the simple fact that you have you have these performative aspects, and it's not an inherent state, or there's no inherent value. So, in other words, it could be anything equally arbitrary, right? But because you're used to it or indoctrinated into it, you accept that, right? It's not an inherent standard, it's a reactionary one. So just because you're familiar with it, or you see this a lot with like different cultures, but that's still sort of missing the point. People will accept the reality they're presented with, like a line from the Truman Show, but basically, your absolute state of being or whatever, right, somebody else won't do at all, or another culture won't do at all. So to you, that's absolute. To them, something else is absolute. So nothing is absolute. It's just arbitrary, and you're just treating it that way by pure acknowledgement, which at least you can argue some base functionalism, like it serves a purpose. That's why you do it. but beyond that, there's no real value to it at all. And so you have this matter of you have this matter of being able to do it in such a way that, again, it's a false absolute standard that's just sort of held in pretense without being thought about, without being held accountable, taken for granted, indoctrinated young, so not held accountable, not really thought about, not really actualized, very inconsistent in practice, all of that, but it's treated as though it's absolute, so there's a lot of contradictions with such a thing like that. And beyond this, we have the ability to consider that. Let me watch another part of the Jodi Arias trial. I was going to watch like the Gone Home thing, but I don't really feel like it. I don't know. I'm just obsessed with this, so I'll do it for now. Jodi Arias trial, day 7, full in 3, 2, 1. Judge flipping through pages, ASMR sounds. And sometimes it has a lot of other shit in there, pauses and stuff. This is like when they're watching the interrogation, I feel like, so I've already obviously seen a lot of it. But yeah, remember those 3 points as far as social contrivance. The 3 elements, so dependent, overextended, pretense, like something that somebody wants, whether it be money, zero-sum means, some benefit like that, stimuli, acme, sex, etc. So there's always some incentive, some even just social gratification, or some like social connections or something like that. Right? So that's number 1. Number 2 would be like preconceived notions, whether it be based in gossip or other identity aspects, things like that. Or I guess the third one would be more so identity, superficial basis, but yeah, preconceived notion could be without whatever. Performative aspects also. So those elements shape it, and the problem with those elements is they're very thinly defined or very easy to artifice, just they're very easy to fake, and people are aware of them. And so people can present themselves any way that they want, and yet will take their way they present themselves as absolute and give them benefit of doubt and inherent, right? You should instead not be so myopic with your view and a little more open-minded, but of course people are unwilling to be puzzled, so they want like a false absolute, false certainty in something, and the initial level. So basically thought is bad, and everything needs to be reduced to the most initial, superficial basis possible. And the way that you can do that is by, it's a good social experiment. Somebody older who is maybe a little senile or doesn't even know anything, they'll be treated with respect. Whereas somebody younger who actually does know what they're doing or whatever, right, is more intelligent or something, they won't be, just because of that alone. Or again, other performative aspects notwithstanding. This seems like it's outside the presence of the jury. So Juan wouldn't be as histrionical and fucking crazy with what he does here. He plays to the cameras a lot. He's aware of that, and he's putting on a show, and he's doing these objections or questions that are argumentative just because of it. Can you imagine how much it must have stung when you stabbed Alexander right in the chest? He's totally pandering and playing to the whole, we get it, the public's on your side. How nice that must be, but I sympathize with the defense for various reasons. I don't mind, do whatever you got to do, and it's not up to you to defy what your defendant even wants. Like, give the best defense, do what you have to do. You don't know anything for sure of what happened, so don't try to play God and act like you know everything. And then you have if I may approach, but the judge didn't say anything back. This isn't really a good part unless we get into something here. And again, watching the defense be all low-key is kind of a little more not as enjoyable. But no, people take too many sides. Like, let the defense do whatever it's going to do, and the outcome should still be the same if you feel like you're able to basically, you don't really need them to just stand down. Do the best defense you can if the truth is on the prosecution side, and don't assume or preconceive the truth the way that people obviously do. That's what casts doubt on the whole jury system. You see how fickle people are, just in general. So even if they're not exposed to the media and stuff, although I don't believe that anybody wouldn't still be looking stuff up or seeing stuff or hearing stuff, but even if you wouldn't hear that, people are just that fickle anyway, so they'll just be very reactionary and not really give a true, deep analysis. People aren't so good as the jury system would imagine them to be, basically. But there's a lot of this zero-sum projection that happens in that same normalcy, social contrivance perspective, that you're able to look at it basically like, you would assume a lot, and what you assume is that it assumes intent, it assumes so much, because again, everything's initial level, so nobody can ever think objectively or do anything, think anything that's not in their immediate inherent state. So that's where people fear the unknown or the infinite, like they associate that with maybe something negative. So in other words, if you think objectively and actually use your mind and think all the time, it might reveal certain flaws or artifice of society that then lead to some other state, which could be potentially, detrimental to that contrivance state. But first of all, that reveals the artifice of the contrivance state. And again, that's overextended collective incentive to value it, but not individual basis, so objectively adverse and finite to everyone. But beyond that, you have the ability of the scope to say, it's like, I don't know, Mr. Citizen, is that his name? But yeah, those kind of things can be easily observed as far as what is being valued is artificial, arbitrary, can be manipulated. The fact that you would you would place undue emphasis is the problem. Like, someone genuine might not place any undue emphasis, but then it might seem bad. It's the cynicality of the modern age that you value appearances, but that's all they are, is appearances. Why not remove the need and not value appearances and value something, practice or action underneath? But that's why people are so superficial and vain, because they only see things on the surface level. And so this is a phone record thing. Yeah, if one moment would go viral from this, it could be from all these videos I upload. It could be, when I go to, when I get pulled over by a cop, which was real. That was real. I mean, I guess since it's just audio, you could think, it's fake, but it was genuinely, like, and it's by accident, because I'm just recording and then I didn't have time to turn it off. I took off the mic and stuff, but it was still there. I didn't have time to fuck around with it. So he didn't really notice that I was doing that. But that's kind of good as protection too, in case something bad happens. But no, I can't blame the defense for doing the best job they possibly can, given the circumstances. I think it's just these roads that are bad, that are always so bumpy and shit, that makes it seem like something's wrong with your car almost, some of these roads. Nurmi goes for like a low-key, almost ASMR style. Then Wilmot is a little bitchy, and Juan is very bitchy, technically. How aggressive he gets. Bro really thought he was doing something, dude. It's an easy case, dude. Reverse the roles. You don't think Nurmi could have gotten Jody found guilty with ease? And you don't think he would have looked good, too, on that other side? And you don't think Juan would have lost and been destroyed if he was on the defense? So you're not looking at it objectively. You're just sort of putting out the pom-poms and cheerleading for what you think is, oh, that's right, that's justice, that's fine. But, you know, they're playing their roles in a different, more difficult context. And so it's not really fair to assess it along those lines. Right, you have to see, like, the context of it. I sound like Alice Laviolette. I keep trying to say Alice Laviolette, I don't know why. Alice Laviolette. Look at the context of Mr. Martinez. The number of times she says fucking Mr. Martinez. This is pretty good. I genuinely can't decide what to watch. I mean, the scary video is okay, and now it's too late. It's too dark, so I don't want to watch something scary. Oh no. But it's like, I don't know, like, this is fun to do, but it can't just be the same thing all the time. You get in, like, a mood, though. Like, see, I watched that Hell's Kitchen, and then I wanted to watch the whole season, and I did, which is only, like, 10 episodes, but still. I predicted very well that Jessica and Mike would face off in the end. Jessica was out third, but still, Ralph sort of was low-key and flew under the radar, but he was a great leadership sort of personality. A lot of the nitpicks of Ralph are sort of inane, although Mike almost wasn't criticized the whole show. He almost never did anything wrong, right? If you actually go back and look, how many times was Mike admonished compared to everybody else? Jessica was pretty good for the most part, but then she keeps screwing up later, and she had a Hermione Granger moment with the fucking stupid ass. Like, what I'm suggesting is that we should go look for it. I forget exactly how she said that. What I'm proposing is I should take a minute, it must be summer, and this the way she says it is like that. I don't know how do you explain it, like the nerdy but self-assured kind of, I don't know. It's sort of snarky, but it's also like, what I'm suggesting is we should go look for it, and we'll find the Sorcerer's Stone if we do it on our own. Just something like that, which she never actually says that, but... And that's what, speaking of Harry Potter, we're going to do that kind of next, when I do my Peacock and stuff. So yeah, I'm ready to do the big name series, I don't mind it. The only thing I'll say is I want to watch something in the meantime on YouTube. So Skibbity Toilet, we're going to wait. The other shit we got to figure out. With respect to, but yeah, that's how you can expose, like, social contrivance or an outward state, right? If you're just, just don't even have to do anything, don't even say anything, and people will be bothered or offended somehow, or project something, project all different things. They'll think, oh, he must be hiding something, or oh, he must be mad, or oh, he must be this, or oh, he must be that. So everybody will have a different conclusion, contrary notions even. In other words, they're just projecting. It says more about the observer than what is observed. Or even beyond that, you have the ability to realize that you have the ability to do it in such a way that I don't know, you observe it to the extent that like by non, so people will be offended or bothered by it and take non as a negative because some undue outward emphasis, positive emphasis is required, overcompensating for a objectively adverse contrivance state, missing the larger process. In other words, it's the failure of the individual to overcompensate for the flawed state process, not the flaw of the process itself. You can't question that, it's absolute, right? And so the process can never be flawed. Only the individual for failing to overcompensate for its flaws, or shoot the messenger, like for them pointing it out, or again criticize, condemn thought for revealing it, basically. So thinking is bad. Thinking makes you all stressed and this and that, as if that's the problem, not what you're thinking about or what that reflects about reality. That's all it is. Think about the brain as just like a mirror of reality. All you're doing is, that's like saying, oh, I see something I don't like, so I'm going to close my eyes. So you think about something, and that's just observing it, right? But, oh no, that's bad, or it gives you some issue, so, oh, I'm just going to not think about it then, or distract myself, follow favoritism. So anyway, the point of the non is, through reinforcement, you decide to, basically do it in such a way that people are seeking constant reinforcement through externality, reinforcement and regurgitation of a contrivance state. And so, in other words, you're not defined by what you do, you're defined by what you don't do. In other words, practicing a half-mass contrivance state is standard or taken for granted or whatever. And this idea that you simply wouldn't do that, now you're defined by that, by not doing it, rather than being defined by what you're doing, by doing something, because what you're doing is taken as standard, granted, like little social contrivance, like how are you, that everybody says baseline. That's artificial, it's sort of template, and so that's taken as a standard, false inherent, but it's really not a contrivance response, and therefore you're defined if you don't do it, not by if you do it, because it's taken as a false inherent, false standard. And so what you have is a simple ability to realize that, I don't know, it's a false dichotomy, because what you do is you realize that you realize something, and I can't remember what it was. It's the simple fact that you're able to you sort of put yourself in a position to again, be defined by non rather than the outward practice, whatever the practice might be. But you can't define by somebody by what they don't do, because they're not doing everything at all times, except for one thing that they might be doing. So you can't do it that way. You're doing it backwards, because you're false inherent, contrivance state, taking the standard inherent, etc. And so the non aspect would be the simple reality that you have. The simple reality that you have the ability to, again, not look at it that way. So by simply practicing non, you'll see projection, you'll see that. So you can expose something just by not doing anything. And it would be along the lines of, again, preconceived notion, projection, this, preconceived notions, projection, and again, a need for constant reinforcement. If you were truly at peace with yourself, with the state, contrivance state, etc., if it wasn't a contrivance state, then you wouldn't need this reinforcement. So from externality, you would be fine. So people this is what you see with a mass collective of people, where they're constantly seeking reinforcement through externality in some way. You know, they want to publicly shame others. They want to, I don't know, all kinds of little outlets that correlate to folly, favoritism. I don't know, I'm kind of tired to be doing this, but I want to have like, I want to have something along the lines of just a simple ability to, let me watch another part of this, I guess. Yeah, this is really hard for me to decide, though. I don't know. I feel like this Let's Play idea was good in theory, but in practice I didn't really want to do it. A lot of videos about like, oh, we've given Ukraine more money than we're giving to our own whatever disaster sites and stuff that's happening right now with the hurricane or something. So a lot of suggested clips would be maybe to do with that. That's how the recommended rabbit hole starts. So you watch like one clip about something and now it does a whole bunch of shit. And that one interview was banned everywhere, the Alex Jones Kanye West thing, which I saw a little bit of that, but that's the whole joke, like that moment in American Psycho where Patrick Bateman says, cool it with his anti-Semitic remarks. That's what Alex Jones is saying to Kanye West on that interview. Right, like, oh, if even Alex Jones is telling you, but it's not like it's greatly embellished, right? Rumors of his demise are greatly exaggerated, whatever that expression is that you always go back to. It's like you have this ability to basically look at it from the perspective of he can be right or wrong about something, he can have an opinion about something, but it's more like character assassination that they tried to do with the trial. So the whole irony is it's almost defamation against him, because there's like a negative preconceived notion about him already out there that a lot of people don't like him. So now it's like even with Trump, even though so many people do like him, there's been so much negative coverage, it's like a default position now. If you were to send him to trial, chances are a number of jury members are going to have very strong views, strong opinions about him no matter what. And so you have this issue of that regardless now. So you kind of prime people a certain way. Whereas with most other people, that people don't think like that because they haven't been brainwashed and heard it from the media a million times. And that's why it's interesting when people think they're really standing for something like, let's vote for Harris and save democracy. Also, you've had Obama, you've had Biden, you've had, everybody like this. Democrats have been in power 12 of the last 16 years. Like, you're not really doing anything novel, right? This is the same thing you've been doing. And so, right, like, if anybody's doing something different or resisting some big power structure, it would be Republicans, it would be Trump, or at least it would be now independents or something. But Democrats are the same old tired thing that's approved by the corporate-owned media, like, oh yeah, we're really resisting this tyranny of Donald Trump. Meanwhile, all the corporate-owned media is on your side with that, as far as, oh, we're going to support this guy. Or, Harris and Democrats. So when every major media outlet is telling you the same thing except for Fox, they're regurgitating CNN, NBC, ABC, Washington Post, do you really feel like, oh wow, we're really doing something novel and we're really taking a stand and our vote really matters and it counts and we have impact and we're so proud of it? Also, you're going along with the mainstream thing. I'm not saying you have to go against it just for the sake of going against it, but people who are voting for Trump or support Trump are at least thinking for themselves more than people who are voting for Democrats, because if you vote for a Democrat, that's the common view. That's the corporate media approved view. Whereas if you vote for Trump, right, every major network except Fox would not approve of that. So, oh, you're a bad person, you're the outcast, even though they're both similarly popular, whether it be Biden or Harris or whoever. Well, that's the whole irony, is you might think, oh, Trump is a cult, Trump supporters are a cult. But what is that cult made of, and where did it come from? Tens of millions of people who genuinely support him because of his policies or other reasons. And it's like, so where did that come from? At least the other side seems like a cult on the basis that, oh, well, you have no real standard. Like, where is that support coming from for people who have been unpopular with even their own party before, Biden and Harris? Now it's like, oh, well, because every major media, corporate media outlet is all saying the same thing, you know, Democrats good, Republicans bad, Harris good, Trump bad, Biden good, Trump bad. So because of that, you're mindlessly just following along and parroting it without any acuity of your own. I would at least respect it if you voted for an independent, which would also be consistent with, oh, voting against the big bad Trump. So if 81 million people do that, and yeah, there's this quote by Hillary from like 2016 where she's talking about Tulsi Gabbard being a Russian asset, but she's also says that about Jill Stein, like, oh, she's also a Russian asset. So this is modern McCarthyism of everybody being a Russian asset, a Soviet asset, or whatever. And also, like, of, you know, McCarthyism, the Red Scare and stuff, like, everybody we don't agree with or something who we want to discredit is a Russian asset or a Soviet spy or something. And then beyond that, you have the simple ability to realize that you have that in many forms now. That's being done again. Oh, you're a Russian asset. Or you also have, you know, modern McCarthyism of race, like, oh, you're a racist, you're transphobic, you're this or that. You might say, oh, well, that's just a reflection of the fact that they actually are, but, like, it's extrapolated, like, anything you talk about is just turned into that. It's a way to just try to win the argument without actually making an argument and just discrediting people. Like, you want robust, good border security, but, oh, that's racist, even though you don't know entirely the race of the person coming in or whatever. It's such an easy surface-level argument to try to make, like, oh, you know, you have, you have the ability to, I don't know. Let me see if I can find something to watch. Yeah, I should watch like a Dr. Phil thing. He's been like all trying to counter like woke arguments in media and stuff lately. Like he's been making all kind of those kind of arguments, even though, so like he had a low point where people are looking at him badly, like, oh, he exploits people on his show and stuff. But lately, people have liked him generally. There's a lot of clips of him, like, I don't know, he destroys woke reporter, or he does this, or he does that. I love the one of Jesse Lee Peterson, where it's like, he's talking about the Black Lives Matter, founded by a bunch of big, fat, black lesbians, or whatever he says, not his words, not mine. And then they kind of cut him off. Some of that may be true. And none of that necessarily means that it's bad. Right? He's not saying it's bad that they're founded by that. Like, I love how that would be considered offensive. Oh, he's saying this organization was founded by black lesbians. Okay, so what? He didn't say black lesbians are bad. He just said that's who it's founded by. And that might be true. Right? Lesbian is not necessarily a slur. That doesn't have to be. I think like dyke would be more along the line. But no, that's also what I don't like is the context of language. Like a history teacher is discussing history and says the N-word in that context, and oh, he gets in trouble. Like, you can't really do that. You can't take a monopoly over language. It's too broad. It's too much to take into account. Right? So I wouldn't judge it like that, or I don't know. I wouldn't look at it in such a narrow, myopic way. I keep seeing like flashes, like it's like it's lightning, but I'm not hearing the thunder. That's one of Piccolo's best comeback lines in Big Green Dub, which is actually pretty good. I may not look it, but I'm faster than a bolt of lightning. And then Piccolo comes, it's one of the Wings, I think is his name. And then Piccolo says, so far it's all thunder. That's actually a really good line. Do you know what happens to a toad when it's struck by lightning? The same thing that happens to everything else. Or, these are like some of the worst quotes. How about like, Dark Knight Rises, so you came back to die with your city. No, I came back to stop you. Like, you could have done, no, I came back to save it. Or no, I came back to break you, like how he broke him before. No, I came back to die for it. Some people would suggest, but I don't really like that one because it's too on the nose, even though that's really what should have happened. I was really disappointed by that. He should have died at the end. That's the whole fucking point, and it would have worked with that sort of trilogy. I think my ending of that is actually better. I should be an editor where I just kind of come up with alternate things, or I'd have to be a producer to be able to do it. I would force him to do that shit, even though Nolan's so big that I can't really do it, but I would at least shoot it as an alternate thing. I would say, okay, fine, you can have this ending, but I'm going to shoot an alternate ending, make sure we get this shit done. And if you're producing stuff, nobody can tell you nothing, right? They kind of have to do it, but to an extent. And he sort of self-produces a little bit. He's not as rich as you would think, though. Even like James Cameron, based on the fact of how much his movies make, you don't always get that much of it. That's why they start to self-produce, but even then they still don't get that much of it. Or, at the low level, people just do it as a passion thing, and they often even lose money. They're just trying to get in the industry or do something they're passionate about. And sometimes, something authentic like that will do really well. Like Blair Witch Project is like this, example of just a passion project. And so sometimes that speaks to people more, like it's not trying too hard, or there's certain trappings of the industry that you get into that can be problematic with respect to just there's a lot of strengths to it, but there's certain limits that are imposed too as a result, right? That you kind of fit into a box with it. So, yeah, I ended up not really watching anything here. I don't know, I'm just sort of tired and out of it. I don't know, with this whole story game thing or something, I don't really feel like even doing it. We should just do another part of the Jodi Arias trial and figure out what we can do with that. Right, so many of these trials, Casey Anthony, Johnny Depp, everybody likes that one guy, psychology expert who's like discussing the Goldwater rule and like doing this big mouth movements. But again, maybe he has some condition that makes him do that. Maybe it's, what does that really have to do with the points that he's making? But again, performative aspects will be looked at like that, like as if that really matters, but it does, because people again operate on an initial level. It may have no significance or meaning, or may have some explanation, but people will pick it. And it's like this idiosyncratic lack of self-awareness. You have idiosyncrasies, I have idiosyncrasies, everybody might have certain things that don't fit into some, again, undefined, non-accountable, false absolute norm, but to whatever extent you may have that, right, if you realize, okay, you have some too, everybody has some, then you wouldn't place so much emphasis on it. But it acts in like this false absolute state that, oh no, nobody has them, everybody's perfect, everybody's normal by whatever, again, non-accountable false absolute standard. You don't have any, like, in yourself, you don't think you have any. So now, when you see something, oh, you define it or judge it harshly, but it's like, why? Because you're just, then you could be defined the same way by it. So you would be a little, not even sympathetic, but a little self-aware, like, okay, it's not that important, it's not defining, it's sort of arbitrary, everybody has them, it's a non-impact issue. Or there's a few concepts here too, like deference to invisible authority that people are sort of indoctrinated or used to. They would rather do that than, appreciate what's in front of them, kind of, somebody there doing the work themselves won't be respected, or will be constantly criticized and picked on for every idiosyncrasy they show, even if they're going out of the way and doing all this. And then the other side is, the other side is the simple fact that you have, I don't know, idiosyncrasies, like, I forgot totally what I was saying. You would have these certain bases of value, and the way that you can do that is, you'd rather defer to invisible authority, or that's what people naturally do. They operate only on initial level. They don't think too deeply about it. And so you can be ruled by omission, right? Just by somebody being in the background, you would never pay no attention to the man behind the curtain kind of thing. People are easily taken in by that. And you have the simple reality to do something else too, which I forgot. Defer to invisible authority, be ruled by omission, and again, all these preconceived notions and things of that nature. There's another term that I use that's sort of similar to that. But I can't remember now necessarily what it is. Right, preconceived basis, obviously. And then you have, preconceived notions, deference to invisible authority, some sort, because you can imagine something better or whatever. You have benefit of the doubt because you don't see it, but then again, hyperfixate judgment, idiosyncrasy, if something's in front of you, right? So I give that analogy, like, somebody could be doing their own work, right? They're a small business owner or something, and they're there every day and they're working every day, and you'll pick on something like, they're nice, whatever, but they do this weird thing, or they have this weird habit, or this is wrong, that is wrong. Well, they'll pick on them directly, whereas, this multinational corporation like Walmart, we don't pick on them, we don't hold an account against them. We'll, if anything, we'll blame the cashier. And so now you're sort of, passing the buck, if you will. So the people who own that, you'll never even see them. They're never even there. But now you don't even think about that. You don't hold that accountable. You just simply give the benefit of the doubt, or you're not even thinking about it. You think about only what's in front of you. So at most, you'll blame the person in front of you. You won't blame the bigger, larger process or anything behind it. So in other words, by being there yourself and being like a small business owner or doing the work yourself, by doing that, which should be a positive thing, it's turned into a negative because, now you're judged by every little idiosyncrasy, everything you do. Whereas on the other side, you won't be judged because you're just not there. So now you're given the benefit of the doubt, and you're just perfect because they're not even thinking about you. And only if some extreme conspiracy or something comes out, right, will that become relevant. So that part I find a little bit distasteful because you feel like it's very artificial and you're kind of rewarding the wrong things. And again, rule by omission is similar, that if you simply don't bring up a topic, it doesn't exist. That's how the media can do it. That's how even governments can do it, censor, don't even acknowledge it, dissent or whatever. Like, don't say, oh, look at all these rebels, they're kind of bad people and whatever. You would more so just ignore it, just pretend there are no rebels, or minimize it, marginalize it, and that's it. Like, if you don't talk about it, it doesn't exist, and then you can deal with it behind the scenes, but it just, if you don't mention it, people won't be aware of it, and that's how stupid people are in this overextended process of the modern day. And you have the ability to yeah, those elements will be a strong part, where you have, again, strong preconceived notions, and again, it's understandable why people do it, is, again, it's unwillingness to be puzzled, so you'd rather have false certainty, even if incomplete, based on, and it wouldn't be as necessary, again, village of 100 concept, it's because of overextension, overpopulation, whatever you want to call it, and so you have to make, like, harsh, quick, or at least this is how people perceive it, harsh, quick, absolute judgments based on myopic appearances, pretenses, whatever. And it's a flawed criteria, because you have this element of being able to have an element of just that it can be faked, or any level of awareness is what ruins it. Like, you're aware of how you're going to be judged, especially in front of a camera or whatever other social setting. So because you're aware of how you're perceived, or at least you can be, you can easily tailor it to match that, or even without realizing that's why you're doing it. That's why certain things are preferred or considered. And so now you have this state of being able to basically, you value it in this artificial way, so something that can easily be manipulated. So all it would take for you to change your perception is, oh, their performative aspect could change, which is just that easy to do. But people somehow take it as an inherent, as an absolute, this initial reactionary state that you have. And so there are some severe limits to it. And it's not the most credible thing, but that's what people do. And again, unwilling to be puzzled, because people don't want to take the time to think about something, or just think in general. Thinking is bad, remember. And so that's the basis that you use. You'd rather use a flawed process like that than a sound one, because it's just less thought involved, unwillingness to be puzzled, and you see that reflected in a lot of areas. Religion is one of the best ones. Like, you'd rather have a false certainty of, oh, God or whatever, instead of this. Instead of, like, realize, like, okay, we're just these slightly evolved animals with slightly greater self-awareness, and you have this desire to narcissism and egotism, and the reality is that you're like, oh, just you'd rather have this false certainty than acknowledging, okay, you have some uncertainty. And the uncertainty would be like, okay, maybe we don't know all the secrets to the universe, even thousands of years ago, with lesser state of science and technology than we have now. Like, how can you say that, Okay, so here we'll do Jodi Arias trial, day 36, part 2, no sidebars. Starting at 9 minutes on the spot, in 3, 2, 1. Or that didn't work. In 3, 2, 1. So one of the other things that we know in this case Leslie Udy. All these people did was they read a bunch of shit and they think they know everything. But not to do with the person. Simply discussing Travis. Of the death or the killer. Simply bringing up Alexander doesn't mean that's trauma. Simply bringing up the Alexander, you're still avoiding the death or the trauma. But that could be fair. To the who, I just saw this the other day too. Not talking about her killing though. I wonder what the family thought at the time. There's probably a clip of them saying, oh, she was so nice about it. In theory. That's part of it, but also how it happened. You might think, oh, the trial's over. He just said she did the killing, but she's even admitted it too. So, the trauma. So it's like a coping mechanism, the defense mechanism. But that would only be fair if there was another killer. But since there wasn't, that's just made up. The trauma is not merely Alexander's existence, though. So nobody knew at the time. With the lie, with the... No, she's just a ditzy dumb blonde who doesn't even think about it. Or she's as smart as Einstein, like somebody once claimed, and see, that's the opposite interpretation. Like, you're smart because you think a lot. Or like, oh, you're dumb because you need to think. But that's not what that means. Like, this notion that everything should be done at an initial level without thinking, without being self-aware, just acting reactionary standard, is not exactly a good thing. And so the appearance of thinking is somehow a bad thing. The appearance of it wouldn't be a responsibility, but it would be if it's a fake story, then there's no trauma associated with the fake story. I like how Wilmot looks at that too, but it's like an accident. He said it's not the same, but have the same characteristics. Regardless, whether it's intense or... That just means you're more mentally weak than the police officer or somebody. All these random fucking dogs and pets on the fucking street at night. This is almost the same area as it was before, where somebody almost gets in a crash and stops in front of me because there's like a fucking cat and shit in the road. I mean, that was asked and answered, but you already asked. Sort of denial. This doesn't sound very good for the defense, though. So you're doing this horrible thing, but it's not horrible. It's justified. Justified self-defense. Maybe somebody did. She had a secret stalker who made her do it and threatened to kill her. Like, how would you know? And left the message. That was actually a little bit clever. People think that's somehow dumb, but it is actually not a bad message. His language is kind of bad, though. The perpetrator of the crime. That doesn't sound exactly what you should want to say. That's very vague, though. An email to who, when, where. You got a foundation. And Juan doesn't know how email works. I'm not an expert in computers. I have no idea how email works, like the way he says. I have no idea about actors. When did she actually say that? But you keep saying responsible. Sort of over-responsive. Just stop him there. Yes was good enough. He's letting him talk a bit more now. Being a wordsmith. Unlawfully. Is it lawful though? War crimes? Is it though? It breaks international law. Bring in George Bush, the war criminal clown. Not extensively, so he has worked with them. What was the point of the article then if he wasn't diagnosed with PTSD? Three-hole wonder? He's banging on stuff, the other part, and he like hits something. Oh, you just fucking approached. You're giving Nurmi a big workout, dude. He's doing his 1,000 steps. But no, the way that he was talking there was pretty bad. Like, calling Jody the perpetrator of this horrible act and committing this crime. And even Juan was sort of helping him out. Whether it's lawful or unlawful. Well, if it's lawful, it's not even a crime. So he's calling, the defense witness is calling the defendant a criminal. This horrible act, this horrible crime. The three different names he called her, or just the three-hole wonder he called her? approach again. Fucking goddamn it. Nermi's gonna die. He's gonna pass out. I mean, there should just be a timestamp. This judge is very approachable, as one of the comments said. Isn't that the same one he just gave him? He can't help but reading it out loud. These people are very experienced too, so I'm surprised they're so clumsy. Like, you've been in court before. This is just so awesome. I love this, actually. But maybe people would look at it the wrong way, like on the surface level, because they don't know what they're talking about. Not that I'm some sort of legal expert, but a lot of things that seem out of place are just like normal procedure. Stuff that both the defense and the prosecution are doing. You're looking at it too narrowly, like, oh, this one witness is trying to do the whole case, but that's not how it works. It's just a propriety of evidence, like, it's just to be taken in context, consideration as one single thing like that. What is he, an animal fucking psychologist or something? No, she's a cannibal. Jodi Arias is the cannibal. Jodi definitely sticks around. But sometimes it's just an explanation, like, oh, she went into a fog. That doesn't excuse what she did. Maybe she did go into a fog, but so what? Okay, so today I'll do another, just like I'm obsessed with this, Jodi Arias part of the trial, and in the second segment I'll try to find something else. We were going to look at Gone Home by Christopher Odd and just sort of analyze. So I may do that, but I don't know, I'm not really in the mood to do anything. Like, you kind of get in this phase where you're hooked on one thing, right, this courtroom stuff, which is fine, but I'll look for like a social experiment type thing and a maybe some gameplay thing. I guess we've already decided on the gameplay aspect. This is sort of analyze, like, what is it that makes people popular? And at times it's not really anything notable. It's just like, oh, you're the first one to upload it, or like the Rad Brad or whatever. And so you succeed by that token alone, just by like the notoriety of like, oh, you're the first one out there, so people want to see the game and what it's like, or whatever. It's just sometimes that value more than actually anything else. Like, you don't have to be especially good. It's this whole cult of personality basis or something else, right, where you don't have to be good at what you're doing. You're not like a world-class esports player or something. You don't have to be really all that insightful. It's just more like, oh, you're the first one to upload every single time, which takes a certain commitment and dedication, but it's not the same thing. There's nothing measurable, or again, like cult of personality, just that your people like you or find you funny or interesting, but even that's sort of subjective and narrow. And so it's like exposure and familiarity and stuff like that. And so you see with like some of the most successful creators, one of the best pieces of advice you can give is like try to compensate for ability with time or dependability. The idea that you'll be there every day, all day, you stream 10 hours a day or something every single day and you never miss a day. Assuming you did that, right now you become sort of a fixture. It doesn't mean that you're even that good at what you're doing, or it doesn't guarantee that you'll be successful, but now it becomes like this regular thing. So that's why you see cult of personality bloom, because now it becomes like a relationship, like, oh, I can depend on this guy being there all day, every day. Whenever I need him, he's always there, and all this kind of stuff. It's like, it does create that sort of element, so people tend to value that, right? Whereas if you just do it once a week, or you do it whenever you feel like, it can still become successful on other merits, but that sort of form of regularity is actually very valuable. You have like a fixed schedule that people can rely upon, or you do it like every single day, and people like always know you're there, so it sort of makes you inevitable in a way, like Thanos, I guess you could say. So now we're going to do Jodi Arias trial, day 42, Juan Martinez versus Alice Laviolette, part something. I can't even read the whole thing. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Well, I guess the part 5, okay. It says it in the video itself. Does she look to the left because she's lying, or does she look to the left because she's looking for cues from the defense? I don't know if anything's the truth. Everything is just your perception. I like that pose of Wilmot with the watch. The way she was doing that was kind of cool. What is the fake Rolex moment? Or no, that's what I hate about Twitch culture, is they'll just spam the emote, say the thing, and they spam the emote. It's like Marco Polo sort of syndrome. The other people have said the same thing, but like, it's just mindless. When this topic comes up, they put in this emote that corresponds to the topic. It's like the lowest form of expression possible, instead of actually saying something that's a line or thought or some phrase, an idea behind it. Just like this mindless mass of emotes with no identity. It could be her opinion that he's out of line. I don't know exactly what they're talking about. That is quite a strong statement. It's hard to say he has a history of lying when you don't know him or you haven't met him. This could be her genuine opinion, but it doesn't mean it's right. It's just, the reason why they chose her is because she believes it, not that she believes it because they chose her. That could be fair. Yeah, I saw like that JCS stuff earlier, and like, it's so annoying. He'll play like 20 minutes of a clip and then say like one phrase, her body language indicates she's guilty, and then he'll play another 20 minutes. The fact that she itched her nose means that she's nervous. That's a sign of guilt. And then another 20 minutes, like, come on, man. Come on. I know I'm sort of rambling too much. Yeah, Martinez getting disbarred sort of de-romanticizes all the stuff to do with this, too. Yeah, they certainly overuse the approach too much. Those are the two notable things from even a legal perspective. They use the approaching too much, and they also allow Martinez to admonish the witnesses too much when the judge is meant to do that instead. Did I ask you that? Did I ask you that? That's argumentative by nature, so I'm surprised he's allowed to do that. To be fair, you end up testifying for so long sometimes, like, you might not remember every exact moment. I haven't seen, like, all of the Amber Heard stuff, so maybe I should do that, too. Maybe I'll just watch trials the whole fucking month, because I'm enjoying this. Yeah, don't take out your anger on the defense. Just like in the Alex Jones case, don't take your anger out on Alex Jones. Right? The point is, he didn't do the killing, so don't turn him into the scapegoat. Right? You're trying to punish somebody that has nothing to do with it. She goes on and on sometimes. That's what the redirect is for. Like, they can give you more context. If the defense can give you context. To be fair, Janine DeMart didn't know about every story either before coming into court. A lot of things came out, a lot of things changed, so that's not entirely fair to say. Your opinion is incomplete because something came out in court that didn't come out before, but was it really inadvertent? Or did he do it to rub it in her face? He's trying a little bit too hard, you can tell. Martinez, he's playing for the cameras. It's people who've been in the field for a long time and they finally get recognition and they want credit and something special more than their usual thing. It's not fulfilling enough for them. everything with a qualifier. I mean, to be fair, they are trying to create narrow things that benefit their case, so you can always have some compunction. See, like, a trial is never truly objective because each side is biased trying to get one outcome, so instead of just like looking at it objectively and rationally, but that's what the jury is supposed to do, which they won't do that either. But yeah, that's all I'm saying is like the means argument is like, imagine you're in that position, like put Juan Martinez in the defense position and Wilmot and Nurmi on the prosecution. Suddenly he wouldn't look so good and they wouldn't look so bad, right? Because the case is a little bit in your favor, obviously, right? So you're in an impossible odd situation. Objection, you can't stand up in she tried to rule by omission. An expert on whether somebody stands up, I guess, in the context of domestic violence. Doesn't mean you have to do everything they ever say. That's a good line. I'm not asking you about how much wrath she incurred, just the way some of these lines are out there. What was the one you misrepresented my continuum? You got to say it in a really whiny, almost childlike voice. That was sustained. So see, people always take sides too in the comments, like, oh, you know, you mean like Kamala Harris when she's giving a speech? It says the same exact thing in 50 different places. As always, the one thing you'd respect about Trump is his desire to do things improvisationally, even if it leads to weird stuff and not always being the best. Okay, that's always a fair point. The circumstance can be two different things. The fact that he's angry versus how he goes about it. Right, like if you're hitting somebody versus just being upset. That's why verbal abuse or psychological abuse is always hard to quantify because it's so vague, like, and people can be bothered by all sorts of things. So somebody might not even do anything, but, oh, his silence bothered me. I was bothered, psychologically by that, or he did this, or he said that. Could be something relatively minor, could be your interpretation of it. it'd be upsetting. It would be more disqualifying. Up until the trial, where she constantly changed her story. There's always like subjectivity in that way too. The fact that you have like two people could look at the same piece of information and not only interpret it differently or even opposite ways, but also you could look at it like they could look at it in different measures too. So you view one thing as significant, somebody else views it as minor. So you could both acknowledge, okay, this one piece of information, but I'm going to weigh it differently. So now that becomes subjective. Some of these ones are too short though, although it almost lined up perfectly for this part. So now I should almost look at something different for the next part, but I don't know, I'm just not really feeling very enthusiastic right now about doing anything in particular. It's just got to be a passion thing, right? I don't mind watching stuff like this, or we've sort of delved into reacting to React content, but it doesn't have much weight to it because, see, even giving this sort of stream of consciousness running commentary wouldn't be my preferred style, but I've gotten accustomed to it because, if you're going to do it, then just do it. So I'm giving a constant running commentary, and probably the majority of it is garbage, right? 70% of it might be trash, 20% of it might be potentially interesting, 10% of it might be, very interesting, and so, or valuable, or insightful, or whatever. So that has a certain merit, and so it's meant to be like that. I mean, especially in these sections where I'm not even reacting to anything, I'm just talking, period, about various concepts from the past and otherwise, and so it has a certain merit to it that way. It's one of those things like, you put yourself out there and you try to, just do it and then see what happens from there. So yeah, we'll go ahead, we'll look through either some gameplay related thing, like we have the Christopher Odd, or we could look through some social experiment thing. I've almost been liking some of these to do with like scary videos, like, I forgot, like, scary videos along the line of, whatever, moments caught on dash cam or something. A lot of them do seem fake, the fucking stuff to do with, even, whatever, I don't know. Stuff to do with the simple fact of, you're camping and somebody's out there and you find, that one seemed extremely fake. They find like a person's head, or not a person's head, but like some mask or some other thing there. Those are like two separate ones. Like, you could have easily just put that there and then act all surprised about it. Like, it'd be too easy to fake it. The stuff that seems a little harder to fake is like, you're driving in your car and you see something on dash cam, probably, or again, some of the ones that you try to at least give a police report. I appreciate that one video where the guy was always trying to do that. Like, some woman died in her house, or some neighbor was knocking next door, and then there's some corresponding police report, or some actual real footage, body cam footage from a cop or something, right? If there's a real police report, almost that's the criteria. Somebody has to die, otherwise I don't believe it. Death equals real, life, nobody dies equals fake. I'm not saying that explicitly, but I'm not saying that explicitly, but I would feel that it plays a component, and certainly I would be less likely to dispute that. Where, if there is a police report in a case and somebody was hurt or somebody was killed, obviously, then the corresponding stuff, okay, that becomes a little disturbing and valuable because now it's not fake, right? Because, well, it would take a lot of commitment then to fake something, or it'd be a heck of a coincidence that something then would actually happen. But a lot of these, like, camping in the woods and we see like a figure, it could just be an animal, it could just be you set that up, it could just be whatever, and then nothing actually ever happens or nothing's ever verified about it. Could be some special effects, even if people are really dedicated enough. In this day and age, it's not that hard to do, right? I mean, that's where people come up with all these conspiracies, like, the moon landing is fake, because look at 2001: A Space Odyssey and how convincing that is. Like, it doesn't matter because of the simple fact that if you were concerned about it then, in the year 2024, if somebody really wanted to fake something, now people are thinking about AI and stuff, but I mean just in general, some big Hollywood movie studio wanted to work with the government or something to try to fake. Okay, so today I'll do another, just like I'm obsessed with this, Jodi Arias part of the trial, and in the second segment I'll try to find something else. We were going to look at Gone Home by Christopher Odd and just sort of analyze, so I may do that, but I don't know, I'm not really in the mood to do anything. Like, you kind of get in this phase where you're hooked on one thing, right, this courtroom stuff, which is fine, but I'll look for like a social experiment type thing and maybe some gameplay thing. I guess we've already decided on the gameplay aspect. This is sort of analyze, like, what is it that makes people popular? And at times it's not really anything notable. It's just like, you're the first one to upload it, or like the Rad Brad or whatever. And so you succeed by that token alone, just by like the notoriety of like, you're the first one out there, so people want to see the game and what it's like, or whatever. It's just sometimes that value more than actually anything else. Like, you don't have to be especially good. It's this whole cult of personality basis or something else, right, where you don't have to be good at what you're doing. You're not like a world-class esports player or something. You don't have to be really all that insightful. It's just more like, you're the first one to upload every single time, which takes a certain commitment and dedication, but it's not the same thing. There's nothing measurable, or again, like cult of personality, just that people like you or find you funny or interesting, but even that's sort of subjective and narrow. And so it's like exposure and familiarity and stuff like that. And so you see with like some of the most successful creators, one of the best pieces of advice you can give is like, try to compensate for ability with time or dependability. The idea that you'll be there every day, all day, you stream 10 hours a day or something every single day and you never miss a day. Assuming you did that, right now you become sort of a fixture. It doesn't mean that you're even that good at what you're doing, or it doesn't guarantee that you'll be successful, but now it becomes like this regular thing. So that's why you see cult of personality bloom, because now it becomes like a relationship, like, I can depend on this guy being there all day, every day. Whenever I need him, he's always there, and all this kind of stuff. It's like, it does create that sort of element, so people tend to value that. Okay, let's use this time to watch a social experiment thing, so at least we're combining these formats together. First segment, we did a court thing. Now I'll do like a social experiment thing, and then I'll do like the gameplay thing later, the Gone Home. So let's try to find specifically that, where it's like some sort of social experiment where you're able to basically, I forgot. It's a social experiment where you have, it's a social experiment where you're able to, even some like reality TV type stuff fits into that. The consideration of the like to catch a predator and so. So that would allow you to consider it along the lines of whatever, anything like that. So would I want to do that, or let me see. And again, I sometimes play devil's advocate for certain things, but again, a process is different than the outcome or conclusion. So like people always will say extreme things, but like you could be a mass murderer, you could be the worst criminal ever. It doesn't mean that you're not still entitled to a fair, proper treatment through the legal process, right? But sometimes people say, oh no, he shouldn't be given this, like the can of Sprite or whatever that the guy's given. Like, you can be given water, you can be given food. Like, it doesn't mean that you should be deprived of basic things just because, and that's even in booking. Like, they're not even proven guilty yet. That's just in the early stages, so. So this one I had seen like some Kim Jong-un thing that was okay, but some of the good ones are like something really serious, like kidnapping or, you know, beating up a girlfriend or something. Let's see this one. Social Disorder, The Body Bag Experiment, Rooster Teeth. Now, Rooster Teeth is a gaming channel, I thought, but maybe they do stuff like this too. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. The Body Bag Experiment, Rooster Teeth, Social Disorder. Yeah, comedy, gaming, community. Let's try this. So whoever gets away with it wins. They're turning it into a contest too. Using a world map to show the scale of some local thing. I thought they'd use like an animal body or something. I like the dynamic of turning it into a challenge too, on top of it. Just simply doing the experiment. He's already being way too conspicuous. Oh, you did actually help. Oh, he keeps changing the story too. This is going to be I'm going to call the cops or something. He's being too obvious about it. Like, why not just do it? Put it in a car or something. What, do you have to actually drag it? I love how he keeps changing the story. Everybody keeps thinking that. So it is a body, it's just a fish body. Good reason to get the body to the river. Some of these excuses are actually genius. So I guess you're not allowed to take a car, but you can take a public transport. Bro is actually going to die from suffocation, though. How do you know? Like, he's actually going to be fighting. Somebody would actually call the cops. I love his changing stories, though. Aquarium, antiques, camping. Drug trade. He's doing it in such an amazingly conspicuous way. That should be an immediate loss if bridesmaid plus 20 points. Or no, just say, oh no, it's a body, but it's alive, as if that would make it better. You don't know he's consenting to be in there. Like the guy who died in a suitcase, right, because his wife put him in there or whatever, girlfriend, right? It could be the same thing. Everybody thinks that immediately. Look how jovial these chicks are about it. Oh, that's a good excuse. This guy's actually a pretty good liar, though. He was already at the river, though. Why did he go back? So nobody really stops him, though. The one construction worker tried to. So if it had been a body, somebody just opened it by mistake or something. Somebody is actually opening it. He was already at the water, though. I don't get it. I could see the water. Wait, what happened? Mission accomplished. Who just opened it? This is actually kind of dangerous. Why is he going so far? He did what he was supposed to do. This could go very wrong. But yeah, that dog was going to save the day. Somebody did open the body. I thought they were both supposed to do it, though. I don't get it. I don't fully get it. I thought we were just watching what maybe they were both showing it in different ways. I couldn't figure out. Like, it seemed like it was just all one act of one body. And then I thought they'd show the other one after. Maybe they were cutting it in between and I couldn't distinguish. Yeah, that was pretty good, actually. It seemed genuine. I like those two girls who almost seemed so happy about it. They're almost so excited. Are you trying to frame us for murder? That seemed very genuine. Let me see that part again. They seem so amused by it. Then he asks for their number and kind of ruins it. They did the bachelorette party thing. A lot of people really do help him, though. Now, like, even why so many people think that? They do introduce their names, though. It's the American Psycho Riz that people would talk about because there's that scene where he does it in the hotel, like he's dragging the body. And then the way they sort of play that off, like, oh, where did you get that bag? He's bothered by that more than anything. Jodi Arias' full family impact statements. Let's look at this. In 3, 2, 1, 2609. Oh, I don't know why I was thinking it would be Jodi's family. Like trying to give her the whatever. But no, she tries to con the family too and go to the wake and stuff. I'm just trying to find some clip that reflects that at the time, like. Like when Jody goes to the funeral or whatever, memoriam. A friend Jody didn't attend the Travis funeral. I thought she did, though. I thought she did, though. I thought there was testimony to that effect. Travis family forced to sit in jury box with Jody finally moved elsewhere. Why would they be forced to sit with her, though? She sits with the defense, doesn't she? So Travis was like a motivational speaker type. Watch full exclusive Jody Travis video by HLN in 3, 2, 1. Just to show them together, in this case in a positive light. Or is she like sitting off to his side there? I can't really tell. He's certainly doing all the talking, telling some story which I can't really understand even. And Jody face palming there. She looks almost like passed out or something. Talk about death and his murderer is laying in his lap. Creepy. People are maybe extrapolating too much in the... She resents not being the center of attention and the fact that Travis has so many friends. Maybe she's just tired. It doesn't mean anything. this woman is going to get killed, he says, at 5:06. It's still a reflection of your bad judgment, though, to do the victim blaming, like... Let's just see if he's actually talking about Jody there at 5:06. He is going on a bit long here. She looks like she's just mostly tired. Eerie because he's describing what he's going through his head while the gun was pointed at his head. I can only imagine, so he had a gun pointed at his head before this. I can't really understand fully what he's saying. No clue, rattlesnake in his lap. No, she's talking about it. He's talking about a different woman. She just looks like she's tired. I'm not going to judge her too harshly there, the way that people want to try to do. But he does go on a bit, dude. Boring her to tears. But yeah, what was this incident exactly? Because that is kind of a little bit eerie. This guy finds himself in trouble a lot, or maybe he's making it up, but it didn't really seem like it. You almost get killed there. You know, that's like a real social thing too. Like, oh, you would do it in such a way that, oh, that makes you the center of attention. The fact that something major, even if terrible, happened to you, it turns into that kind of thing. So what we have here is the ability to maybe watch that Gone Home thing, maybe watch something else. I want to see something like I want to see her like at the funeral. It's like a Godfather funeral type moment, Sopranos type moment, where the kid even makes that reference in The Sopranos. That looked just like the Godfather. Just that it's a funeral and everybody, you know, I mean, it's just a funeral, but everybody's like talking about the changing of powers and hands and stuff. And it's like, you know, you would see Jody at the funeral or something, or at the wake, or she was at something for sure with the family. So at that point, I kind of want to see that depicted, where nobody really thinks she did it necessarily. See, by simply seeing through a social contrivance, right, people would somehow be bothered by that, but it's like, this is really how shallow everything is, like a nearness postulate, oh, family, or whatever, just on some absolutist deeper level of thought, objectivity, right, like, the functional basis isn't what is framed properly, so it leads to all kind of contradictions. And so you have this, I don't know, there's just always something missing with it. Right, all these false absolutes or undue emphasis and non-choice reaction, insisting upon certain things like country is a good example. Oh, you take pride in your country, you love your country. But that's just because you happen to live there, or you happen to be born there. At least if you move there and live there by choice out of all the countries in the world. But you're not, most people aren't thinking about it that objectively or fully or analytically. And so you're just doing it in a reactionary, non-choice way, or you're insisting upon something you didn't even choose, and you're doing it in such a way that you have the ability to consider that, you're able to basically, I don't know, you're able to do it in a way that is sort of interchangeable and arbitrary, the same criteria. So if you happen to be born in a different country, you would love that and value that just as much. In other words, your criteria is lacking or impure, or rather there is no criteria, because it's just arbitrary, again, non-base of self. Because you happen to be there, therefore it's valuable. So in other words, it's not a true basis of value. There's no standards being used, there's no criteria suggested, so it's just like, it's as arbitrary as well. Anybody could do the same thing, come to the same conclusion about any country. So in other words, the same way that, you could value China right now, or you could value Russia right now, is the same basis you value your country, because you're just doing it just because you're there. You're not really thinking about it clearly, objectively, criteria-based, anything similar to stimuli acme arguments like, what makes that person the one and one only that you would be with, or whatever. But right out of 8 billion, it's hard to justify specifying the conflict in your unwillingness to be puzzled. Okay, so here I'm going to do a combination of two things. I'm going to watch the Jodi Arias trial from the beginning now, and we'll sort of watch it in order for whatever amount that I decide to still continue to watch it in the future. But so I actually start at the beginning and just deal with it, even if it's the defense, even if whatever. I won't pick and choose. And then I have the Gone Home thing in there too. So these should both be added to a playlist that I've made. It'll be like in my watch later or something like that. So we'll do it sort of in the opposite order. I'll start with the Jodi Arias trial here. Again, this is going to be the very, very beginning, as early as I can find. I almost wanted to start off with this, like doing some interview stuff, but maybe we'll save that for later. But I wanted to find something specifically about like the funeral or the wake that she attended, and she was so two-faced, and the family was actually happy, grateful, and something, and then she was only suspected later, and then they, you know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't have known. But yeah, this will be, and then I'll do the Gone Home segment at some point after this, I suppose. So it's Jodi Arias trial, prosecution opening statement, January 2nd, 2013. Video by Crooker Queen 123. It's an hour, 9 minutes, 41 seconds, and we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Mr. Martinez? So here we go. There's obviously some pre-trial stuff that we miss out on, but this is a little cavalier. I've seen this, like, who done it. Done it. See, he's being all, almost sounds like he's playing it down a bit. These were all quotes from her, from like her journal. Yeah, I didn't know it started like this. This is actually pretty good. That was his reward, and then she shot him in the face. That was quite a savage sequence of insults. To every positive thing turned into a negative with how she killed him. Units of what, though? Like, just like almost insurance? It goes from him trying to convert her to the Mormon faith to actually sleeping together and breaking your Mormon faith rules. Heck of a way to get to know each other for relationship purposes. That is kind of sad, though. That seems like such a wholesome thing. Converted her over, baptized her. It makes him look bad too, because you're supposed to be the Mormon figure example to follow. Against the Mormon faith. Is Jody drawing a picture and showing it to Wilma? Like this, she's appreciating her handiwork. Similar to what she does to Bobby Wattis or whoever else. Now she moves there. Now, you could make that decision independently, like, maybe I just like it. There. Casual sex. But he's complicit in this too. He could just cut her off at this point earlier. The old shag and sell their car. Shall you sell them your car technique? She probably moved to Mesa, honestly, for some different reason, though, too. Not just that. Like, maybe she got a job there. Maybe that part I don't really like. You're saying, oh, she moved there just because of him. But, like, yeah, I hung out with him and I liked it there, so I decided to move there and I got a job there. Like, it's not exactly... It's a pretty good opening statement, though. He's going through a lot of good information. Imagine being on this jury, though. 50 plus days of this fucking dog shit. I may as well just do it like this because I end up watching so much of this anyway. How long would it take me to get through the whole thing if I get through like one part a day? Some days are way longer though, like 3 hours or something. I don't remember her. Who is Marie Hall? Isn't it Mimi Hall? I thought it was Mimi. Or is that somebody else? That's his pickup line. That he's got the Mormon Riz. He's a fucking, this is how he flirts with women. It would destroy sort of his reputation. What Jody, that would be the blackmail that she would have. She recorded that because she could have used it against him as a Mormon and public speaker that would destroy his reputation. Right, that part is a good incentive. The way he said that, so mean, like, I'm just not interested. He has a hard time explaining that. A pot sort of thing, where they put it together, that sort of thing. What is this music? What the fuck was that? And Jody wants to go to Cancun. Oh, but that's how it begins, and that's how I met your mother. So Jody was jealous of this and wanted to go with him instead, or what? That music was so unfitting. Now I almost want to listen to something, too. Oh, look at that mistake already. You got the day wrong. It's your own opening statement. But he's not really reading off of anything, so how is he doing this all off his head? How is he doing this? This is impossible. What, he rehearsed this whole thing? I'm not seeing him read anything. I guess we're not seeing him all the time, but he probably has basic notes, but this is very impressive to do this all off the head. This part is actually very impressive if you think about it. He's so lucid, he's so cohesive. I was making fun of that one mistake, but I mean, that's it. Like, he's not reading. Like, imagine Joe Biden doing this in such a lucid, cohesive, articulate, well thought out, hour-long opening statement where you cover all the key facts of the state, the case, and oh my God, dude. Imagine Joe Biden doing this. Like, what the fuck? At least at this age. I feel like Mimi is her nickname or something. I think it's the same person that they talk about later. That's a real tragedy that she didn't get to go to Cancun. Did she find the body or what? I missed it. We got Detective Flores on the case. Should be Exhibit 1. The case just started. In the shower, he was leaning against the sink for a while. See, if she didn't stab him 27 times, you wouldn't even care about this case. He could still be dead, but that happens all the time. Like at the end of the hallway where his throat is slit. It's hard to know, even as the killer, though, when exactly he died. Like, you wouldn't know that. You shoot him, you stab him, you slit his throat, you stab him 27 times. Maybe he's hanging on, but you just keep going. So, which exact slice killed him? I don't know. Like, you wouldn't know as a killer. A true Talia al Ghul moment where she stabs him. I like that twist, actually, from The Dark Knight Rises, but it's not the twist that's bad. It's how anticlimactic both her death and Bane's death are. Right, like, she's the mastermind of the whole trilogy at that point, because she's a very smart character, but just somehow she wasn't able to finish it off. But she still was, because if Batman died, it's like, you know, she delayed him long enough. That's actually an interesting technique. Yeah, put the body in a shower, and that'll clean up some of the DNA. So she hid everything. She hid the clothes that would have been bloody. She hid the gun, the knife, and they never found them. I don't think they ever found it. Well, they thought it out after the fact, at least. So, like, the water trickled down into the closet. But see, if you really want to get away with it, you wouldn't kill him so brutally. You'd shoot him once and then let it go, and then all these people who think they give a shit about the case, oh, boo-hoo, Travis, they wouldn't give a shit. They wouldn't even hear about it. The media wouldn't make a big thing out of it. It wouldn't even be televised. Nobody would give a shit, because people die every day like that and you don't hear about it. Just look at Chicago, just look at California, wherever, like, nobody cares, right? It's just a spectacle. They put the camera in the washing machine. Yeah, it's called blood, dude. You don't need to. You would think you wouldn't linger because somebody might have heard the struggle or heard the gunshot. I guess stabbing him wouldn't make that much noise, but the gunshot would. So nobody heard that or bothered you as you were going around the house, and, like, how secluded is this house? Now they use this camera to say, but they still recover data from it. But like, they use that to say, oh, if she was really thinking clearly and wasn't in a fog, why would she put the camera in there? So it's like the stupid defense. If she really did the killing, would she be this stupid? Or if she really was aware and planned it out? It didn't necessarily take that long. He even argues later that, oh, it only took 52 seconds. Right, between 52 seconds, he ends up in the hallway with his throat slit. The camera aspect of it is so dumb. So if you regretted what you were doing, you would have stopped then and said, oh shit, I'm sorry, let's get you to the hospital. Right, even if you were... Even as bad as that is, it's like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it. And honestly, the sentence might not be all that different, though, to do that. Attempted murder in such a conspicuous manner. Well, that's like the rapidly incapacitating to what the guy says in day 50 something. I guess I could watch it on 2 times speed, but I'm happy with watching this. That's fine. So until about November, we'll do this YouTube series, which is a mix of all this stuff. Then I'll start my audiobook / Lord of the Rings / Harry Potter / whatever streaming service we need to be able to do that. He fought, but that could also go to say that he attacked. He attacked, and then they fought back, and then he fought back, right? It doesn't mean that he didn't. He could have been the aggressor. So when you say he fought, that can be used against you later to say, oh yeah, he fought. He was attacking me and trying to kill me, and I fought back too. We were fighting each other. How would that meeting have gone, like, on that day? I can't remember. Like, they hung out and then she killed him. Like, she didn't just come in and just kill him, right? It must have been, oh, hey, good to see you. Let's hang out. Let's have sex, right? And no man can say no to that. And then, oh, it turns into... Like, how did it progress, though? You never really get that. It would have been like some sudden moment. That's why I don't really buy that it's premeditated. She didn't really know what she was going to do, but so you postulate that the gunshot is last and he was already dead, even though Jody, after hearing this, still says in testimony that I shot him first, which you would know right now, and the defense should know right now, you could not have shot him first, based on what he's saying right now and based on the data in the case. So you already fucked that up. You should have said you stabbed him first, although that might be hard to explain. Or like, why would you shoot him after he's already incapacitated from the other stab on the neck? He was already dead. All this fucking music. What about the other 24 stabs, 25 stabs? That's what I'm impressed by. She goes out to the desert and nobody finds the gun. But how do you just do that? How do you just, like, what did she do? You throw it out in the desert, you bury it? Like, what exactly did she do with it? They would see your footsteps, they would see, I don't know. I don't know exactly how she did that, but that's impressive. That's like what the mob does, like in Las Vegas and shit, right? The casino mob, you see this in movies and Casino or Goodfellas or whatever. You go out in the desert for a meeting and somebody ends up dead. You just throw it out the window, I guess. Just throw the gun and stuff out the window and nobody sees it. That part is impressive, though, that nobody would have seen that. Nobody would have noticed, like, that some footsteps were there where they shouldn't be, or some, I don't know. It's like a Fargo moment where he tries to bury the money in a little under the snow. But it can still be recovered data from, have data, whatever. Objection. If it's erased, how did you find it? How did you get them? I like how you're saying whoever that may be, but you're asserting that it's her. I think that one day I drove between two fucking deers. I'm going 60 miles and I drive between two deers like it's nothing. The thing is, when you're in a car, it's not going to do anything to you or the car, right? Hitting a person or a deer isn't going to make you crash. Trying to avoid hitting them might make you crash. Just go right into it. It's fine. It's not going to do anything, right? You could slow down, but like, if you try to swerve, you might crash. If he's standing there and you have no choice, fine, hit it and just keep going. It's not like, oh, I hit the deer, now I'm going to spin out. You won't spin out from hitting something like that. That's like hitting a trash can or something. It's not going to do anything. What is this fucking music, dude? Every once in a while. You want me to listen to that fucking song, the Smoking Weed With You, that I was obsessed with and listening on a drive? This judge is kind of nondescript. In some ways that's good, in some ways that's bad. The Casey Anthony judge is actually pretty good. He does a good job. Okay, he's going on a bit long now, or other topics. Yeah, corrupting him with all this kind of lubricant. It's a lubricant for the soul that you would, let loose and engage in the stimuli acme when you are supposed to be a Mormon man of faith. But again, that's his fault as much as hers. That if tried more so because he's more experienced as a Mormon. What was the other thing I would watch? Like this sort of couple fights or breakups caught on camera, like real. I like watching stuff like that, like real moments. Okay, we'll stop around there. It's about halfway through the video, maybe a little before. Doesn't mean I have to watch in one sitting. I can probably figure out where I left off. So what we have is the ability to, I want to see like real couple breakup type moments, and forget about Gone Home yet again. I don't feel like really doing it, but it would be real, like breakups caught on camera or something, or even fights. It's very hard to navigate this. Or yeah, like that's always a dumb thing. Breakup, like pranks. I pretended to break up with my girlfriend, or whatever. Like that should be. That's a horrible thing to do. That'll turn into a real breakup where they break up with you, because don't fuck with me like that. Like why would you want? That's not funny. Like a prank is like, okay, I tried to scare you, boo, behind the shower or something weird like that. There was this one really good prank video like that was a bit extreme. That was eventually removed. I wish it was still there. Like this guy comes in to their house or apartment or whatever, and he's dressed as like the Scream or something, right? And he's going and like attacking her and trying to rape her, and she seems so genuinely shocked that I've looked for it and I don't think it's there anymore. She was so genuinely like stunned and shocked, and like you could tell that was real. Like she was convinced it was, obviously didn't think it was him, and obviously she was actually scared for her life, kind of a thing. Right? It's like she's in the shower or coming out of the shower. I'm sure there's other kind of clips like that, but that one looked really genuine. Maybe that's why it was taken down, because they maybe like you would really break up. Like, you just fucking scared me within an inch of my life. That's not fucking funny, you sick fucking freak. Right? I might have killed you. I might have, done something extreme because you're sort of, I might have done anything of the sort because you're able to, do it in such a way that that's always the best thing to do when you're like walking at night. You have like a little light or something, have your phone out, just because you can't see shit. Otherwise, like, they'll hit you on the little side emergency lane if they're a clown like me and they drive on the white line, apparently. But I mean, dude, it's late, it's dark, my tires being all shaky and shit, these roads are kind of shitty. Like, how does it hurt to go? I'd rather go on the white line than the yellow line, because if you go on the white line, there's nothing there. It's an emergency lane that's normally empty. If I go on the yellow line, oh shit, if me and my opponent, my opposing driver, both do that, then we'll get fucked because we'll hit each other, right? I could potentially hit another car. So that's at least a better standard to then have. And so here you have, we see like breakup on camera, and it's got to be something, oh my god, typing on this thing when you are doing this is not exactly right. Right, like a real breakup in public, caught on camera. That's one breakup caught on camera. Is the Jodi Arias one, but it's a different kind of circumstance. Like, obviously, it was caught on camera with the pictures of the fucking madness going on, but why the camera was even there? I guess it was there as a pretense of... Because, see, what did she do first? Because, see, I wouldn't feel comfortable. Like, just think about it in her shoes. She stabs Travis, like, in the chest and the heart, right? First. That's supposedly what she does first. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that because Travis is a big, strong, athletic man, like they keep saying, and Jodi's this mousy little librarian type of looking clown. So it's like, I wouldn't trust that if I had the gun or I was ready to do that, I would have shot him first, kept my distance, and then done whatever else I was going to do. So it's like I wouldn't feel comfortable. I wouldn't feel comfortable stabbing him because I'm getting too close, and then he might beat the shit out of me. Even as he's stabbed, he'll turn the situation around, right? It's like he might fight back. He might overpower me because even then he's strong and this and that. Again, it's a type of wound that very well will weaken you, but it also might enrage you, and you might get adrenaline, and you might, knock her the fuck out. So why would you get that close to your target and do that when I would never feel comfortable doing that? If you have a gun, you have the option, you shoot him first, even if in the leg or maybe not the leg, but you shoot him somewhere, and then, okay, you want to torture him. I'm thinking about it from their point of view, that they're doing all this, but you do it, and then you do what you got to do later when she's already sort of incapacitated. Because he's going to be fighting back the whole time. That's what I wouldn't leave it to chance. Absolutist tendency, you wouldn't leave it to chance. You would make sure of what you're doing, and a gun does all that very well. Breakups, couples caught cheating. I don't really care so much about the cheating, just in general, or like a fight. There was some series of videos I watched like this that was kind of good, that I was even making that joke, like, oh, what a sick, sadistic thing that you enjoy watching people fight and have trouble, like this drama, XQC and Adept drama. It's like, you could make a little defense of Adept, though, too, despite whatever she ends up doing later, is like, she was there with him through a lot of his success. She was always there bringing him food, being supportive, giving him ideas at times, helping him, probably editing for him. So she did a lot. It's not like, oh, she's just a love interest who wants money now. She, honestly, I would even say it like that if I was him. She's entitled to a certain amount of money. I'll give her a certain amount of money because she was a big part of his life, if you don't realize. Like, it's not just sexual, whatever. It's like she was there in his content, in the background, bringing him food, talking. There's so many moments where she's on his stream. Like, yeah, she benefited herself, her own stream, but there is something deeper about it. Like, she was a big part, helped him a lot, gave him a lot of structure. It's like the McConnell-Asmongold type of thing. McConnell was there for a lot of what Asmongold has done over the years. Like, I don't know. You might think, oh, the amount of attention they get on their own channel is a byproduct of that, and there's no question about it. But I think that, if I'm Asmongold, I would gladly give McConnell a certain amount of money. Like, wow, you've been part of this, you've been good. And Adept, same thing. It's like, she wasn't just there. Like even when you call her a gold digger, it makes no sense. How would she be a gold digger? That's a total fallacy. When XQC wasn't even that big, wasn't even that popular, this was early on in his career. Yes, he might have had a bit of a following. I'm talking about really early on. Adept knew him then, and they were either together or friends or whatever then. We're talking about many, many years ago, early on in XQC's career. You didn't know that he wasn't just a fluke. He's playing Overwatch. He's an Overwatch pro. That's the worst possible career fucking move ever, because Overwatch, is going to die out after that, and, being an esports Overwatch player is not exactly going to get you anywhere in the world. So, you know what I mean? If you're really a gold digger, that's not really that appealing. Like, you're just some random, oh yeah, you're an Overwatch esports player, cool. A couple years later, nobody's going to give a shit about Overwatch. Like, it's not the most reliable career path. You didn't know what XQC was going to become, and you maybe even played a role in helping him become that, whether through motivation, psychological, support system, or whether through, again, all the things you're cleaning up for after him, you're bringing him food, you're doing all these things. Like, there's something that you're missing with that picture. Again, it doesn't justify entirely what happens after the fact, but my perspective would be a little different. I know it's easy for me to say, but I would be sort of, you could say, deferential and almost a simp for her, because through all that they went through, it wasn't just sexual. It wasn't just, oh, she's a gold digger. It wasn't that, because it went on way too long. She was there at the beginning, like, oh, he might be a little popular, he's had a little success, but he's not a millionaire. He's not like what we see now, right? He would have, okay, he's averaging 1,000 viewers or something. I don't know exactly, but he was doing okay. But it wasn't like, oh my, like now if somebody goes out with him, yeah, you're a gold digger because potentially because he has $100 million deal and all this kind of stuff. At that point, there was no prospect of that. You didn't know that was ever going to happen. So to her credit, not only is she not a gold digger, she had the faith in him then. If you think she's a gold digger, she had the faith that he would become so successful. So he was, if you don't like me when I'm streaming in my parents' garage like he would do, then you don't deserve me when I'm doing a $100 million deal on Kick or whatever, when I become a big top streamer on the platform. So that's what I don't entirely agree with, is she was there from the beginning. She was there for a long time. She was there for years. She was picking up his plates and cleaning his shit and cleaning up his room and all over and bringing him food and bringing him McDonald's and all this kind of stuff. You don't understand. That's something more than just the surface level. Again, some of the stuff after the fact, I'm not going to defend exactly how they both went about it. I think making a spectacle out of it on stream was incredibly dumb for both of them. It makes them both look stupid. But I do appreciate that. I don't know, it's hard to explain that there's certain things that you do that, like, and I'm like that. I'm that type of dude. I'm friends with one of my longtime, we used to go out a long time ago. It's like we were friends before, we're friends after, like we'll always be friends. And so I have that sort of quality that it's not about that. I don't know. If I can see through the stimuli acme, if I can see through, it's not only about that necessarily. So I wouldn't look at it like that, right? As like, oh, the only interest they have in you is because of sex. And then as soon as that's gone, well, if you want to practice in a raw stimuli acme sense, that's fine. But you don't have the ability to, necessarily reduce it just to that. So I don't know. To me, I would look at it like that, but like just as sort of a nice gesture. I would just say, okay, here, you can have this, you can do this, because what you're doing is, again, she was a part of his success. Just don't forget that. How big of a role did she play? It might be a lot bigger than you realize. Again, maybe a lot of psychological motivation, maybe a lot of positive, vibes, etc. Maybe a lot of whatever they have outside of even the romantic stuff. She was doing chores, errands, sort of things for him, helping him, probably editing, giving him maybe at times ideas. They would do content together. You could say that benefited her more, and that's fine. But again, I don't like that as an argument either, that like, oh yeah, you don't have to be as big. I said the same thing in the Johnny Depp trial. You don't have to be as big as XQC to validate yourself, right? She's done well for herself even before, like she would have been fine. She would have done okay. She wouldn't have done as well, and she wouldn't have done, whatever. But like, clearly it's not just purely a fluke or not just purely because of him. So there's something else to it. So my point is that exposure and whatever is limited in scope. So it's like, to discredit somebody like that and say, oh, well, Adept averages 2,000 viewers, whereas XQC can average 100,000, it's not the same thing, because you don't need to be XQC to simply say, okay, we're successful, we're doing fine, right? Or oh, you have to be a gold digger by association, whatever. You would have to do it in such a way that what was I saying? Like, same thing again. Amber Heard is chasing clout through Johnny Depp, or yes, Aquaman, because of that. She was doing okay. She was an actress. She was in movies before. She was, the whole way that they met was she was already in a movie, the 2009 movie. I can't remember the name of it. But like, so she would have been fine. Again, she doesn't have to be a superstar like a fucking, the biggest actress in the world. She doesn't have to be Johnny Depp. But she could at least be, she would have been successful. She was already successful. She was doing okay for herself. So this notion that you have to be the most successful person in the world all the time is not really fair, right? There's different levels of success. She was still doing okay for herself. Right, with or without Johnny, she would have been fine. It might have been better. It might have been more preferable. All the benefits might have been preferable, but that doesn't mean that that's the sole motivation. We watched about half of that. This premium thing seemed almost useless in the process. Okay, I don't like this one because it's like, Oh, TikToks of people cheating. It's got to be like in public breakups. Right, if you find a public, it's so annoying to fucking type on this thing when you're doing this shit. Breakups on camera, or like that's always, yeah, like the marriage proposal's gone wrong, where they get rejected in a public place. Some guy's like drunk at a football game and proposes, and she says no, and she walks away. Sometimes it's just the implication of like the pressure behind it that people don't like, but I don't know, like some people might like that and find it memorable, so it just depends on the person where you sort of some people might feel forced, but again, it's kind of one of those things you don't know for sure. You might think they're receptive to it, but you want to surprise them too, so it's kind of hard. Messy breakups caught on camera. I'm sure I've seen this one before, but I'll just look at it. And again, what's the most important dynamic is that it's real. But this is like somebody reacting to it. So what, you get the credit just because like you maybe compiled this shit or something? So you have the ability to, yeah, I've seen this before, but maybe I'll watch it again. Fuck me. It's so hard to find like novel stuff, like the same sort of content, but something different than the top viewed, most viewed, well-known, etc. thing. And so you have the ability to, but no, in like a societal sense, like this sort of dialed down extrapolation that I talked about, like where everybody's like always holding back because you're never committing your full self, because that somehow this half-mass prognostication is the whole base of society, that you would feel like you're able to appreciate it along the lines that that's what they would reduce you to. That's what society wants to reduce you to. And even if you overcompensate with extreme ability or something, you're never fully thinking, self-aware, fully experiencing. You're never fully anything. You're always half-mass, overextended, reduced to structure, contrivance states, all this kind of stuff. So it's not really a good measure to have. It's very artificial and I don't know. But no, we get this dumb bitch narrating over the thing. Like, I just want to see the clips, dude. I want to see something else similar in nature, too. So, what you have here is messy breakups caught on camera by there's a girl with a little beanie hat or something on the left reacting to it. There's a guy like standing up against the wall there on the other side. And so this we're going to start in a second here. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. Fucked an OnlyFans girl. Don't push me as I push you. Told me. $130 Uber. Where the fuck are we? Los Angeles? If it's on TikTok, I more so believe it's fake or something. It could just be like a public thing where the person posting it isn't even TikTok is like you're doing it for your own content. Yeah, see, like this, where somebody else is capturing it. He left her or what? I couldn't even see. That's what I want to see. I want to see a breakup in public. That's the whole point. I mean, you always hear people arguing. You don't know if it's like a full breakup. This is one time at Bandcamp. Good edit there. I always give you that. New guilty pleasure. Spying on people. Yeah, this is my new obsession, or something that I've watched a little bit of before. Why are you doing this in front of so many people, though? Oh, this is the guy who's like cheating. The girl who's cheating. Oh yeah, I've seen that one. Like, she's at the beach. It doesn't mean necessarily what you think, but yeah, you should just say that, though. Like, yeah, like, why were they there? How did they find out? But yeah, this one I've seen, where he like knocks all the shit over. This one almost seems sort of fake, but it's almost so good, right, dramatically, that, I don't know, then he bangs all the shit. That validates you saying no, like, look, this guy's crazy. But yeah, sometimes people just don't like the pressure. Maybe we can talk about it later, and maybe I'll say yes, but don't be so beholden to the stimuli and acme anyway. Some of these are so fucking try-hard content. This is more like a stalking clip than a breakup clip. That's actually kind of flattering, though. That's kind of hot. I like that. If a girl is that into you that she's like coming to your work and almost stalking you, I kind of like that. It makes you feel flattered and special and important. Call me Travis Alexander. Guess who I am? I'm playing, what's the game? Like charades. I'm Travis Alexander. I find it flattering that he liked it. Just like how I liked when he did something, I can't remember. Guilted me. But nobody else can do that either. What the fuck is this narration? I can't even understand what he's saying. I don't know what even happened. I can't even tell. I don't understand what the fuck they're saying. I don't get it. Yeah, even she needs context. And she's not even driving while doing this reaction. And she's so brain dead that she can't figure it out. Most of these seem real, but some of them are a little bit too convenient. Your dog is his dog. Wait, was that her or was that? Yeah, I agree with this. Yeah, be in an open relationship despite society's desire to stigmatize it. Pulls out ring box. The bad ending proposal moment. That was a little harsh. It seems weird to like sort of make a spectacle out of it though. Like nobody wants to see your personal life, but apparently we do, as I'm watching it right now. Yeah, who are you, Robbie Parker, who laughs because he's uncomfortable right before he goes on camera and acts like a crisis actor that people are saying he laughs and then he goes on camera and acts all sad right after his son died or whatever. Yeah, this sort of thing I like, but I gotta find like a better version of it. I wanted to give that gaming stuff a shot, but it's kind of weird and random. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's not really what I want to do, but it's just kind of broad, so. Yeah, this has been fun to do just in general, so we're gonna do the YouTube thing this month. I almost want to watch more of the Alex Jones thing, but it's not exactly easy. I've seen most of those moments from it, but let me see if I can find a moment quickly here. It's just so much shit that I wouldn't normally have the time to watch, or like this much of. I've seen a lot of the Jodi Arias trial from a long time ago. However, I haven't. I wouldn't remember exactly, and I haven't seen all of it. So let's look at Alex Jones. Alex Jones angry in trial, which is the same thing that I had typed before. I don't apologize to you. Alex Jones snaps Sandy Hook lawyer in 3, 2, 1. It's like 7 minutes long. You get what you give. Ambulance chasing. Struggle session in China. He's not the one who killed the victims. Yeah, like what if it had turned out that it was like he may have a legitimate objection. I love that. Like, is this judge a tyrant? Why do you call people tyrants a lot? Only when they act like it. Like, he really has a... You don't have to like him, but I respect his vim and his sort of... biased judge, but then again, Alex is very difficult too. I can understand. Maybe the next one will be a false flag though. So what? Because if this one isn't, you can never look at one and say, oh, maybe, or even just that it's used as a pretense. Like, okay, maybe it's real, but then that doesn't mean that it can't be used to take away people's guns. Like, two things can be true. I literally just went through a red light, like at the last second, but it was red, and there's a cop right behind me, and he doesn't stop me or doesn't see it. Maybe he just turned a corner and then came after I did it, but I literally just did it right in front of him. This place is fucking ripe with cops. I hate it. Okay, so today I'll continue to watch the first part of the Jodi Arias trial. So this is the Jodi Arias trial prosecution opening statement, January 2nd, 2013. And it is by Crooker Queen, and we're at 30 minutes on the nose. I went back maybe a little bit, so I'll try to refresh. But yeah, this is at least a better way of doing it. If I'm going to watch this so much, I may as well watch it in order, even if there's a lot of parts that I've seen before. And it's not like I have to watch the whole thing, but whatever. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Really can't tell the time. I don't actually remember this, so... Salacious in the sense that I actually don't remember this part. alive and sinning. You can't even let him rest in peace, but that's what you get for sinning. Right, in the Mormon context, like, she is the sin of lust, and by doing this, you unleash this horrible tragedy. I almost want to go back a little bit more and try to see, but he's mostly said up to this point that, oh, it's whoever the killer is. It's the first time he's really identified her. And at some point, she admits it anyway. Even the defense admits it. Right, like, you know it's a good case when the defense opening statement says Jodi Arias killed Travis. But that's just the nature of the case. Like, they're at the point where the jury wouldn't believe anything else, like paw print. Yeah, you have DNA evidence, physical evidence. It's very different than like the Casey Anthony trial, where there was very little evidence like that because physical evidence, hard evidence because just one single hair. So there's no doubt that she was there, but that doesn't mean that she did the killing though, right? You could still have that angle. But they don't even try to do that. We get a little opening statements banner there. 20 photographs. Like in the shower, and yeah, you got that new Calvin Klein angle. The scared to death Calvin Klein look, the way that he looks in the one shower photo. She was trying to make Travis her masterpiece, her final masterpiece. Posing under his own will, or I actually haven't seen all she wanted was the shower photo shoot, and he wouldn't agree, so that's how the fight started, like, hold them at gunpoint to get them. Like, I wonder if that part was even consensual, and then something else happened. She was obviously at a boiling point already, so it's nothing that happened that would have caused this alone. Yeah, let's see some of these, because I've only seen the one where he looks like really scared. Or whatever. His eyes are all weird and stuff. You see like Jodi's foot, I think. Oh no, maybe that's not. So you're still holding on to the camera. This must be the foot. He doesn't know how cameras work. The click, the button, the shutter. Now you can't prove for sure that it's her foot. When his neck was slit at the end of the hallway, that's the one that comes up. You don't see her face, I don't think. Well, he was in the shower, then he was not, then he put her back in the shower. She put her back in the shower. She put him back in the shower. Yeah, this whole camera thing was incredibly sloppy. If you're going to kill somebody, don't bring a camera, or don't be so clumsy to take all these shots. You could be smart about it and take a picture that would prove your innocence, like, something else, like a Damon Gant style. I did that as insurance, but then that proves you were still there. Something that would point to your innocence that you could use in case you were ever accused. Take a picture of some other car outside. Take a picture of, something that would indicate this. He was being very standoffish about mentioning her name for a while. See, that's very circumstantial, the whole, leg, foot thing. That could be the other woman that she alleges. But you just said they fornicated consensually. Normal things of our species. Weird way to put it. It doesn't sound so normal when you say it like that. That is quite the inconvenient long-distance relationship. So he alleges that the knife stabbing is first. So we go knife stab to the chest, then the slit the throat, then the other stabs or something, then the gunshot. This is a big point that he sort of hunched over the sink. You have to imagine her emotional state as she's doing it. She must be really mad. You wouldn't just do this, I'm calmly just doing it methodically. You could almost do like an insanity defense, the way she tries to do the fog and this and that. And Darrell Brooks, by doing his own defense, proves that he's competent enough not to get the insanity defense, even as bad as you think he is. The judge uses that. He's made some good objections, some good arguments, even as much as people might mock that. You could do whatever you want to the body. You want to test that, Mythbusters? You could do something to make the blood pool, but... They're dead before the gunshot. And you didn't need 27 stab wounds. But he didn't at least suffer from that, so you can look at it that way, like... Why is it so difficult to deal with that? So what about the dog? What, the dog wouldn't care or wouldn't notice what happened? Well, that is like maybe her attempt to destroy it, but like also like you're in a mental fog. Like, oh, I think that in order to wipe away the pictures, I'm gonna literally wash them away. But she did manually go in to delete it anyway, so. I like how he corrects that. Steven makes him sound more, whatever, more Americanized. Let's go with that. Instead of Esteban, like... Why do I feel like there was some piece of evidence? I mentioned it before that he did actually have a gun at one point, but it might have been at some earlier time. And yeah, where did she hide all this shit if she had it? Like the gun and the knife and stuff. Or then she eventually says the two random people who came in and broke in. And then they tried to do the good cop, bad cop thing. Where that female cop comes in and tries to talk shit, as we learned from JCS, as he's sitting there for 20 minutes not saying anything. But how does DNA timestamping really work? Like, do you know how old the DNA is? Like, I don't know exactly about that. You might find her DNA, but oh, that could have been from a while ago or something. But then she has like a bloody handprint or something. She's not exactly a criminal mastermind. The one asset that I'll give her is that she's good at lying. Not so much with constructing the lie, but with her delivery of the lie. She tends to be very good with that. So this was supposedly the gun. So nobody was there, I guess. Now later she says, she said she had the laptop with her at all times. And I guess the grandfather would be saying that, otherwise you could deny it and say, oh, he didn't have one like that. It's pretty impressive how she does this, though. The gun goes missing, and you don't know it's her, and they never prove that it's her who took it, and then the gun disappears after the murder as if it never existed. So they never found the gun. They never proved that she stole the gun, and they never found the gun after the fact. So there's no connection between her and the gun. If she had committed the crime more stealthily, without the knife, without the DNA, without the pictures, there's no link between Jody and that gun. You don't even have the gun. You don't even know for sure. Right, you don't know. Where did that gun come from? You have no idea. And yeah, how do fingerprints work on the bullet? Like, oh, you put the, you wipe your fingerprints off the gun, but what about the bullet when you load it? She went to Reading, then she gets the gas cans. Some of this is a little bit too, like, again, it's all stuff you wouldn't normally do, right? That's the problem. And she asked for it not to be red, not a loud color. When she would use her card or something, like, oh, I'm going to use it at the gas station that says my name. Like, really? They say Travis didn't like blonde hair. That's why I did it. I did it for him. Yeah, did she get some sort of penalty for that? Ryan Burns, I think. Doesn't she go then and visit them anyway afterwards? Because wonder if this PBL shit is still around. They certainly got a lot of publicity from this. Any attention is good attention. She gets her little strawberry thing. Does her nails. Is she doing all this to cover up something, or it's like her little celebration? But you can't trace that she was actually in Mesa. Just that she was near it, right? She didn't do anything in Mason. But no, this is a very cogent and well done opening statement. I got to give him credit. I'm very impressed. Like, he's not really reading off anything directly. You know, this is like the Joe Biden challenge. Try to do this shit without a teleprompter. If only she was homeless, you could get away with this. Nobody punishes the homeless. Her phone was like off. Or like she didn't have her charger, is what she says. So yeah, she does arrive and still elopes with him and like uses him as her alibi. So they might not have ever noticed her if not for that. But it's like the Streisand effect. By trying to avoid attention, you actually draw more attention. And she blames it on a bunch of skater kids. And they don't make a big thing out of it either. Okay, at least this story is consistent. But yeah, you end up drawing more attention. They wouldn't have stopped her, so they wouldn't have cared if it wasn't like that. So you make a bigger deal out of it. One of these stories is going to turn out to be true, though. Like, oh yeah, maybe that was the case. Maybe the skater kids did do it. Maybe, Jody says that isn't the case, though. Oh, he's lying. He's full of crap. Well, she's Mormon too, supposedly. Sort of. You follow the teachings of Mormon. Yes, sort of. The way she says that is pretty funny. But no, the biggest mistake you could make is to testify too. Right, the way that Casey Anthony doesn't testify. Too many people just agree to speak, though. You should try to do the fifth. Just be silent till the court starts and let Jose Baez do the work for you. Even Casey Anthony has a lot of lies that she says in the thing. Zenaida Gonzalez. You know, the other way you could explain it is some sort of accident. Maybe she accidentally killed her she was negligent. Like, she didn't mean to kill. That's actually possible too. She didn't mean to kill Kaylee, but then she realized, oh shit, I left her and she accidentally fell down and died, or, you know, I was out partying and I left her alone and she hit her head and died, or I accidentally did something, right, and it led to her dying, some negligence, and then she didn't want to get caught for it, so she did that, right? It's not necessarily that she even killed her on purpose. This is a new 1v1 meta for those edits, like Casey Anthony versus Jodi Arias, like who is better as a criminal. And it's hard to judge because I'd say Casey's a little better, but oh yeah, she said I got lost. She even said that on she even said to Travis that she got lost. Right, oh, you know how I got lost that one time? Haha, funny story. That message is actually a lot better than people give it credit for, though. Under that circumstance, like, you might think in hindsight, oh, that makes her seem guilty, but it's actually pretty well thought out. It's very hard to keep your story consistent from the beginning, but that's something she could have really learned how to do. Or that's what Casey Anthony does, is she bites the bullet for lying to law enforcement, but that maybe helped her get away. And the lie that she could even attribute is that, oh, I lied to protect my dad because he did it, or my mom or some, you know, other family, they did it and I was lying to cover for them. So that is like a real life plot twist that I want to find out, that she actually is innocent and that the dad actually framed her and did it himself, and that the dad is, as an experienced cop, used his skill and knowledge to do that. And like he has a breakdown on the stand now. Like, it's just like a crime drama sort of epic conclusion that you could have. Imagine how incredible that would be if that happened. So she was actually right all along. She actually didn't do it, and she had no idea. And the parents were in on it. At least the dad did it. I don't know, that's so ripe for drama. That'd be such a good scene in a movie. Like, you go through all this and you think he did it, or you think she did it, everybody's convinced, and that cop dad is so smart that he knows how to manipulate things to make it look like she did it. Now it brings up the two other people. Okay, so today I'll continue to watch the first part of the Jodi Arias trial. So this is the Jodi Arias trial prosecution opening statement, January 2nd, 2013. And it is by Crooker Queen. And we're at 30 minutes on the nose. I went back maybe a little bit, so I'll try to refresh. But yeah, this is at least a better way of doing it. If I'm going to watch this so much, I may as well watch it in order, even if there's a lot of parts that I've seen before. And it's not like I have to watch the whole thing, but whatever. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Really can't tell the time. I don't actually remember this, so... Salacious in the sense that I actually don't remember this part. Alive and sinning. You can't even let him rest in peace, but that's what you get for sinning. Right, in the Mormon context, like she is the sin of lust, and by doing this you unleash this horrible tragedy. I almost want to go back a little bit more and try to see, but he's mostly said up to this point that, oh, it's whoever the killer is. It's the first time he's really identified her. And at some point, she admits it anyway. Even the defense admits it. Right, like, you know it's a good case when the defense opening statement says Jodi Arias killed Travis. But that's just the nature of the case. Like, they're at the point where the jury wouldn't believe anything else. Like, paw print. Yeah, you have DNA evidence, physical evidence. It's very different than like the Casey Anthony trial, where there was very little evidence like that because physical evidence, hard evidence because just one single hair. So there's no doubt that she was there, but that doesn't mean that she did the killing, though, right? You could still have that angle, but they don't even try to do that. We get a little opening statements banner there. 20 photographs. Like in the shower, and yeah, you got that new Calvin Klein angle, the scared to death Calvin Klein look, the way that he looks in the one shower photo. She was trying to make Travis her masterpiece, her final masterpiece. Posing under his own will, or I actually haven't seen all she wanted was the shower photo shoot, and he wouldn't agree, so that's how the fight started, like, hold them at gunpoint to get them. Like, I wonder if that part was even consensual, and then something else happened. She was obviously at a boiling point already, so it's nothing that happened that would have caused this alone. Yeah, let's see some of these, because I've only seen the one where he looks like really scared. or whatever. His eyes are all weird and stuff. You see like Jody's foot, I think. Oh no, maybe that's not. So you're still holding on to the camera. This must be the foot. He doesn't know how cameras work. The click, the button, the shutter. Now you can't prove for sure that it's her foot. When his neck was slit at the end of the hallway, that's the one that comes up. You don't see her face, I don't think. He was in the shower, then he was not, then he put her back in the shower, she put her back in the shower, she put him back in the shower. Yeah, this whole camera thing was incredibly sloppy. If you're gonna kill somebody, don't bring a camera, or don't be so clumsy to take all these shots. You could be smart about it and take a picture that would prove your innocence, like, you know, something else, like a Damon Gant style. I did that as insurance, but then that proves you were still there. Something that would point to your innocence that you could use in case you were ever accused. Take a picture of some other car outside. Take a picture of, you know, something that would indicate this. He was being very standoffish about mentioning her name for a while. See, that's very circumstantial, the whole, like, leg, foot thing. That could be the other woman that she alleges. But you just said they fornicated consensually. Normal things of our species. Weird way to put it. It doesn't sound so normal when you say it like that. That is quite the inconvenient long-distance relationship. So he alleges that the knife stabbing is first. So we go knife stab to the chest, then the slit the throat, then the other stabs or something, then the gunshot. This is a big point that he sort of hunched over the sink. You have to imagine her emotional state as she's doing it. She must be really mad. You wouldn't just do this, oh, I'm calmly just doing it methodically. You could almost do like an insanity defense, the way she tries to do the fog and this and that. And Darrell Brooks, by doing his own defense, proves that he's competent enough not to get the insanity defense, even as bad as you think he is. The judge uses that. He's made some good objections, some good arguments, even as much as people might mock that. You could do whatever you want to the body. You want to test that, Mythbusters? You could do something to make the blood pool, but they're dead before the gunshot. And you didn't need 27 stab wounds. But he didn't at least suffer from that, so you can look at it that way, like... Why is it so difficult to deal with that? So what about the dog? What, the dog wouldn't care or wouldn't notice what happened? Well, that is like maybe her attempt to destroy it, but like also like you're in a mental fog. Like, oh, I think that in order to wipe away the pictures, I'm gonna literally wash them away. But she did manually go in to delete it anyway, so. I think how he corrects that. Steven makes him sound more, whatever, more Americanized. Let's go with that. Instead of Esteban, like... Why do I feel like there was some piece of evidence? I mentioned it before that he did actually have a gun at one point, but it might have been at some earlier time. And yeah, where did she hide all this shit if she had it? Like the gun and the knife and stuff. Or then she eventually says the two random people who came in and broke in. And then they tried to do the good cop, bad cop thing. where that female cop comes in and tries to talk shit, as we learned from JCS, as he's sitting there for 20 minutes not saying anything. But how does DNA timestamping really work? Like, do you know how old the DNA is? Like, I don't know exactly about that. You might find her DNA, but that could have been from a while ago or something. But then she has like a bloody handprint or something. She's not exactly a criminal mastermind. The one asset that I'll give her is that she's good at lying. Not so much with constructing the lie, but with her delivery of the lie. She tends to be very good with that. So this was supposedly the gun. So nobody was there, I guess. Okay, so here I'll watch a little bit back before I started that, because I didn't remember exactly. I didn't remember exactly where he started. It was I started at 31. I just want to remember some line distinctly. SIM card is like the brain of the... Okay, let's watch a few minutes. 28, 25, and 3, 2, 1. SIM card. But it's also been deleted. I thought they said she selectively deleted only new stuff. The relevant stuff. Sort of the timeline of how long the killing took. So some of these were lewd pictures. We got the stupid music. Let's do something like a social experiment type thing after this, I guess. Either like a scary video. We could do other kind of weird stuff like this. Okay, why? Okay, this is about right where we started. I mean, to be fair, if Alexander was so afraid of her up to this point, why would he have sex with her again? Right, why not just tell her to leave? So he's even acknowledging they did have sex that day. And there's like this to catch a cheater rather than to catch a predator, which I've seen some of these. Mother and girlfriend or something. It's very easy to catch this because if they have the opportunity, they will do it. Like, why wouldn't you? 92 episodes. Is this actually the same thing or what? I don't know how real some of these are, but it is like so elaborate the way they do it. And they sometimes have Chris Hansen, I think, even on here. Let's go from oldest. Hot Latina reacts to her boyfriend caught cheating. Okay, let's give this a shot. Episode 1, but this is like way too short. Okay, 3, 2, 1. To catch a cheater. Girlfriend is so beautiful, just to goes to show. But yeah, like, you could say you wouldn't do it, but if you really had the opportunity and you thought it was legit. Right, like if you don't think you're being watched or anything, why wouldn't you do it? Most people would do it. Or like keeping your options open. The host should be tested as well. I feel like the vast majority of people would fall for this, though, because if the opportunity presents itself like that, how often is somebody going to go up to you like that? It's similar to even the catch a predator thing. If the opportunity presents itself, most people who want that anyway would take it. I feel like most people would go for this. New episodes weekly. Girlfriend is a Latina. Next day you wake up and find yourself without balls. Blur his face, but we can see it in the thumbnail. So, like, that's episode 1, but, like, what? That makes it seem legit that she's mad about them still recording, but no, gives her some of the ad revenue to heal the burn, but, like, really, you could do this to the majority of people, and if some attractive woman goes up to a guy and is super flirty with him, right, and asks if they have a girlfriend, I guarantee you they'll keep that option open. Like, okay, let's see how this goes, or you'll just do it as a casual thing. They're not going to say no. They're not going to, when they don't expect that anybody would be watching. Black girl reacts to her long-term boyfriend caught cheating in 3, 2, 1. Why do you have to say she's black? Like, why does that matter? Who is that in the background? Looks like she's spit-taking on her ice cream. he's kind of initiating this one more than the last one. The last one, the woman was initiating it. But he was more into it than she was there. He was initiating it. It showed them actually having sex later, too, and that'll prove it. Like, how far do you go with this? Now you bugged their apartment or something. Guy smashes a hot girl. I mean, I don't know if that's cheating. The host is always super like, oh, I don't know. You can cut it off, but I was scared that she would jump out of the screen and attack me. Has to be related to Sky Jackson from Disney. Okay, that one wasn't too bad. I like the format of this, but some of them, they go super elaborate. Well, they'll show them in an amorous thing and have hidden cameras there set up. But no, this is such an amusing one to do because it's so... The vast majority of people would fall for it, I guarantee you. Right, if the opportunity presents itself. I guess my whole philosophy, I'd just be more open about it, like, try to be in an open relationship in the first place. But, how often does it happen? You're just kind of standing there and some perceptibly attractive woman just kind of is so, all over some of these people. It feels a bit unnatural. So we're starting boyfriend caught cheating with hot Asian twins. Episode 3 in 3, 2, 1. Episode 3 just means for their overall channel, not so much for... Because these are all different. It seems more like they're trying to rob you or something. Like, you'd maybe more think you're getting robbed. We're going to break up soon. So he admits to having a girlfriend, but then says he's going to break up soon. How did they get these women to do this, though? Or one of them is like with the girl's mom, so it's not like they're all in on it. Or they set up like a sting house, so that meet me at this place, right? The guy. I mean, this is different than To Catch a Predator, too, because you're not doing anything illegal. You're just, or I guess if you're married, it could be, whatever, polygamy type shit. to Catch a Cheater promo in 3, 2, 1. I'm just going kind of in order of their oldest videos. Wait, we didn't see that one though. Me just started to watch the videos from the start and they're really good. They're going to come out that some of them are fake. But yeah, you could have the same girl, playing at the mall every time. Like, where did they find all these people? But we didn't see that one of his friend, I don't think. That was somebody else. Exposed ruthless boyfriend caught cheating. Some of these are too short, and they're not showing, like, the full sting operation of them going in the apartment or whatever. Exposed ruthless boyfriend caught cheating in 3, 2, 1. It shows you how easy and fickle it is, though. This is a little bit like she's trying too hard. I just have one. Maybe he genuinely just wants to learn yoga. Oh my god, her boob. You're letting the dress sound like she's drunk. Who else said what the fuck when she started cussing in Spanish? Oh, whoops, I accidentally went back 10 seconds. Borderline. Like, how long ago was this? Well, he doesn't really know her. They just met. Caught cheating with Asian hot twins follow-up. But some of these get really elaborate later, like where they go to an apartment and the apartment has a hidden camera. Because you know they're not going to go all the way because it's not meant to be... How long after you guys fought did you have sex? That night. Boyfriend caught cheating with hot Asian twins, episode 3. Follow-up in 3, 2, 1. These are pretty good. There's like a flashback. But it was like the first step of that, and if you didn't catch him, he might have pursued it. And if it wasn't fake, that night. Yeah, that channel is pretty good. Let's see if we can find the Alex Jones trial, like, in full. I almost feel like I always just see clips of it. Right, like, okay, trial day 1, full. It was more so like done in live stream purposes. Court TV. Also live. Some of these you have to skip ahead. I want to see like his full testimony. They always cut it off and shit. Or it's always just clips. Alex takes the stand. Day 1, day 2. So you got let's see what we got here. Fuck, it doesn't let you really see what you're seeking as you're moving this. Day 2 of Alex's testimony. I don't know at what point he really starts to testify. But yeah, this one was way overblown that, you know, you can dislike him, but they overdid it. Right, that $1 billion fine is way too much. Takes the stand. Maybe this would be good enough. Just the ones that say takes the stand are like still a decent amount of time. Because he has a lot of good moments too. Like, you mean like Epstein and the Clintons and this and that. Takes the stand day 1, day 2, day 3. I can't find day 2 anymore. Takes the stand part 2. Wait, let's see part 1, even though I've probably already seen it, or I've seen large parts of it. Or some of this might be only favorable testimony, though, like by his own attorney, so then it's not necessarily the greatest. Right? People are always going to love the cross more, or it's something adversarial, like the Juan Martinez stuff. So it's Alex Jones takes a stand, part 1, court TV, 59 minutes, 10 seconds, in 3, 2, 1. Oh, it was delayed. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. But yeah, it's very selective too. Like, you can't prove that he didn't genuinely believe what he said, so how can you even say it's a lie? A lie requires a component of knowing. What is this fucking beeping heart monitor shit going on? So he sort of, yeah, I've seen this part of it. He just chose not to come as long as he could. So it's like he already lost the case. It's just a matter of how much they'll fine him at this point. Now, see, this is sort of leading justice. No, I understand they did it for the money. Important in what way? That's not a proper statement. There's going to be a lot of this. He doesn't understand that at all because he keeps doing it. You are sort of restricting his speech there. That he can say it's not important, it's historic. Financially important. It's only fair he should do that when he's getting unfairly fined. Everything is a marketing opportunity naturally, just in the course of, right, to say that is kind of disingenuous. He would rather not be here and not be doing this than to, you're making content out of it. It could be still considered a website. I mean, InfoWars is still the site. So it starts off and it's already kind of fiery cross. It doesn't really make sense because it's like they're calling him yeah, it's such a character assassination type of trial. The fact that you have I haven't been clipping, I've been in jail, or I've been whatever. Whether you wanted it to be called that. Yeah, how does he know what they're thinking? It's like a thought leader, right? Just because you're, you do that doesn't mean that, you're doing it because Alex Jones wants you to. You could be doing it because you believe it, and that's the whole reason why you work with him. It's not like, you believe what he says because you work for him. You work for him because you believe what he says, or you have a similar, so it's a little bit of a fallacy. Like, he's not making you do it. It's like what people do with Trump. They try to disqualify, all these, cult people brainwashed. there's a reason why they support him in the first place. Why would they be part of that supposed cult, if you want to call it that? There's a reason why they like it to begin with. It really starts off like this. I thought this was later on in the thing. But I agree with it. And this creates a potential conflict of interest with the judge, that the judge is now going to hold a grudge. See, you're being sort of a tyrant right there. This lawyer does comment a lot. That would be an accurate definition. But is it your definition? You could pin him down in that. It's like all these reactionary basis that people will reinforce whatever is already done. So, for example, whatever is the case. So, you could never question authority, like, oh, you can't say, like, let's say something was rigged, like the election or a trial. It's a show trial, blah, blah, blah. Let's say it was, like they do in Russia or China or something, right? If it was, you should be allowed to question it and look into it. But the way we treat it, like here in the U.S., like, oh, we can't question it, or you're just a conspiracy theory or whatever. This is a fair point, that you'd open the globalist. And that might turn out to be true. Let's subpoena George Soros to testify. And he would say, like, okay, I didn't make it, but I agree with it. There's both of the judges, and that's another judge you don't like. Especially when it's your own attorney doing it. Yeah, a break is a break. But I respect him as a businessman that he did so well for himself in creating all this, persona and everything. But the judge doesn't really have the ability to control what's going on. I would just say I'm pretty sure. Recently, but not originally. showed that video of Robbie Parker laughing right before he goes on the news. But no, where do you get off imposing $1 billion fucking sentence? Like, there's no such precedent or standard for that. That's fair. Yeah, he doesn't do anything. He has somebody do it for him. One of the members might be, like he's alleging. In a form. Yes, he viewed. As if the FBI wouldn't do it in a subtle way. Oh no, the FBI would totally just be super conspicuous. So now he wants money because that'll make it all better. He keeps saying that, like, I didn't do it or I didn't make them do it, but I vouch, I stand by it. So he's somebody who, like, has faith and conviction in his beliefs and passion. He's no ordinary man. I respect him because society is never going to be destroyed by people like Alex Jones. It's going to be destroyed by the people that Alex Jones tries to go after, even if he's right or wrong, not in every case. Never thought I would say this. Seems like he just does that anyway, though, even after. But just if you say the word objection loud, then... But yeah, this is kind of better to watch like in full form here. But no, the Jodi Arias trial is very entertaining for a variety of reasons. Like between that and the Darrell Brooks trial, like there's so many funny, awesome moments. And again, it's not to diminish the tragedy of what happened, but, you know, Darrell Brooks defending himself is really... And in some ways, I actually defend him. Like, I don't think he does that bad of a job, considering he has no experience, considering, you know, the difficulty of the case, that the odds are stacked against him. You could have the best lawyer ever, have Jose Baez try to do that case, right, of Darrell Brooks. You're still going to lose, no matter how good you are, right? Like, that's such a hard case to win. There's no good angles. Like, what are you going to do? So people might make fun and say, oh, look how bad he is, but what do you expect him to do, right? If you switch the roles, have Attorney Opper be the defense and have Darrell Brooks be the prosecution, he very well might win and she would lose and look bad. So it's all relative to the situation that they're in and the case that they're arguing for, and kind of like whose side the truth is on, if you will. So you're able to do it in such a way that I don't know, it's just not quite what you'd think. Like even Juan Martinez versus Nurmi and Wilmot. On one hand, I don't like to moralize it because it's like, oh, the defense went too far, blah, blah, blah. But Nurmi wanted off the case. So if you're going to be on the case, you got to do what the defendant wants. And she wants to make up all this stuff about pedophilia and whatnot. And she's willing to testify under oath at risk of perjury. So it's not up to you to say, oh, I'm not going to do that. Right? You do it and see where it goes and see if the jury believes it. Right? And how do you know for sure? Maybe she's telling the truth, even though I get that people would have their minds made up. But it's not up to you to decide that, right? They shouldn't be the arbiters of truth. You just got to do the best job you can for your client. Because that's the thing, you never really know. That's what I'm saying, like with the Casey Anthony trial. Let's say it was the dad who did it. Let's say somehow it's some super convoluted, super, crazy story, and we come to find that out later. Right? Don't be too sure of yourself. Now, realistically, it obviously wasn't, probably, but we don't know that. You weren't there, so why should the defense do that? Like, oh, I think she did it, so then I won't take the case. But Jose Baez becomes a legend of law, so I got to see some of his other cases, but that one is truly one of the most iconic performances, because he's so cool and calm and composed, too. He's not like Juan Martinez here, like, where he's yelling and getting mad, and he's, like, suave. He's, like, just sophisticated. Right, he does it in such a way that is smooth. I don't know, it just reflects very well. And I don't hold it against them either, that you would say, like, oh, he's a bad guy because he did that, like even the O.J. Simpson trial. I would say, okay, blame the prosecution or give credit to the defense, but they're not the bad guys because they're just doing their job, doing the best defense they can for their client, and it doesn't mean that I don't know, it doesn't mean anything more than just the surface level that it assumes the truth too much is the problem, right? It assumes that, like, okay, you know the truth behind the scenes, so why even... So if you're a member of the jury, you would already be disqualified, because that's not what it should be based on. When the jury makes a thing like that, they're not saying... Hey, if you say somebody's not guilty, it doesn't mean that somebody else did it, or you know exactly who did it, or that you even know for sure that they didn't do it, right? It means that there's not enough evidence, the case isn't strong enough, so maybe they did do it, but you wouldn't know that, right? There's not enough to really prove it, and so I guess she lied more in the police interrogation than I realized. So that's the part that I don't really agree with, but... Right, and that part was presented in court, at least some of that. The Zenaida Fernandez, she's her own worst enemy with all of that. Then as soon as Baez gets on the case, that's probably the first thing he said, shut the fuck up, don't say anything, don't testify, and you win, because that was the only thing that could be used against you. The Zenaida Fernandez, you could have just said nothing the whole time, and they would have, that can't be used against you. Your post-trial silence can't be used against you, so... wait, no, it's not post-trial silence, it's post-arrest silence. Right, they bring that up, like, in the Kyle Rittenhouse case and stuff. Like, you can't bring that up in a trial. You have the right to remain silent. That's kind of like the Jody, you're not sophisticated with the law argument, so therefore you shouldn't worry about it.